time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes, every time I
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Welcome, my friends. It is time for PAS, the Last Chance Qualifier. My name's Toffees. I'm here to host, joined by these knuckleheads on my left, on my right. It's Gibson and Godspeed, the true G's of PUBG North America's action. Last week was group stages. It got a little squirrely, and now we're in the LCQ, which, Godspeed, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, LCQs are generally some of the most fun and also exciting points of any tournament just because of the stakes at hand. And so I think, especially with this lobby, there's definitely some hard-hitting teams still, and it should be a ripping, roaring good time.
What are you most excited about in this lobby, Gibson?
Oh, I want to see if Luna Galaxy can bounce back. Like the last weekend, Kami said they were the best team in South America. Their performance did not say that, and this is a really good moment for them to try to bounce back.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to run through all the teams that are up for grabs. We got the teams that got through. Top 8 have advanced to the grand finals. This is about the remaining 16 trying to stamp their way through. But before we do that, let's remind you guys of the format, how we got here, and everything goes along with it. Group stages, done and dusted. Top 8, like I said, boom, they're in the grand finals. Last chance, that's what we're here for the next 2 days. 12 games, make a statement, be in the top 8. Because if you are 17 through 24, or for the event this weekend, we're talking 9 through 16. That's the end of your run. And as Toby said there in Europe today, and it was a great point, Gibson, you brought it up too in the green room. If you're a known entity, if you are a famous player and you don't make it through this, you're not playing again until April, baby. So stick it. This is the time to stop giving up, to stop pussyfooting around to make your plays. You got to go through. Point system, 1 point per kill, 10 points for first. It goes down from there. It's not rocket science, people. We've done this a million times, Gibson.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Basically, all you want to do, get as many kills as you can, get in that top space spot. Sometimes kills can be more important, so a lot of these teams, they'll be well versed in what to do based on the circles, based on the drops, but all in all, points mean prizes.
Points mean prizes. Now, some of you in chat, I heard you said you missed the Europe games earlier today. That's all right. We have VODs. Go back and watch them. They were a lot of fun. Now, what are we playing for? We're playing for a prize pool. $50K here for winning this event. But the real win, Godspeed, is advancing not only with PGC points, but to the big show at PGC. Or, sorry, at why can't I think of it in my head? PGS, thank you. Too many acronyms.
It's all good. PGC, PAS, PEL. There's a lot for sure. But yeah, I mean, the PGC points inherently very important, and especially if you're able to win going into the grand finals once they qualify through the LCQ. I mean, 400 points could propel, a team that even just has 100 points currently in the standings straight up into qualification. But more importantly, the thing that you just mentioned, this event qualifies you for the next 2 major lands. 2, right? And then after that, there's PGC, and as you stated earlier, there is nothing until about April of next year. And so not qualifying here is detrimental, not only to, the rest of the year, but potentially even mental health, because you have to sit out for a long time.
No one wants to be adrift in the doldrums of America's PUBG. Let's talk about those PGC point distributions, however. 400 coming off of this. Gibson, PAS3 was 300, EWC was 200 for first, so that scale up is kind of impactful for our teams who are on the chase.
Yeah, it definitely is. It means that if the year didn't start the way you wanted to, the points distribution is so high for this final PAS of the year that there was still something to look forward for. Because if it was equal and you didn't do well at the start of the year, you're fighting a real uphill battle. Now it's game on.
It is game on. There's not a lot of chances to earn after this. Falcons in first at 455. You can see it dropping down from there. But where you start to notice that differential, right there where the gas cans, Legacy are, those teams, I think this event is going to matter big time for them. And more so, Godspeed, because some of these teams are still battling to get into the finals.
Yeah, some of these teams like Wujitu are still in the LCQ, and as is Legacy, Luna Galaxy. And so, again, the opportunity, imagine if Luna Galaxy makes it out of this. Imagine if they actually are able to qualify and get 400 more PGC points. That puts them in first place. And so, yeah, this is a very important event. And as you said, it's time to put rubber to the road. These guys really need to put their stamp on this event. More importantly, qualify for PGS 5 and 6, and hopefully make it to PGC.
Absolutely. That's the goal. The goal of any pro player that you talk to at this level, money is nice, but it's really about being able to say, I am the best. I won this. You can go right back to our champions over at that last PGS that we did. When you talk to Batul, he's like, yeah, winning this is cool, but what I really want is the championship, the world championship. That's what all these guys are grinding it out for. Now, let's talk about getting to the final. There's your top 8 on the left side. Here is who is fighting for survival. Gibson, give me one shoe-in. Give me a team that you're like, they're going to go through, no problem.
I'm going to make it difficult for Godspeed. I'm going to go for Legacy. They're right down in the bottom of the leaderboard in 16th, but I guarantee you they'll be in the top 3 by the end of the weekend, if not top overall.
Godspeed, do you concur?
Yeah, I mean, Legacy should make it, right? I completely agree with Gibson. They should make it, but yeah.
Who's your pick? I agree with you. They're going for it.
I think Friendly Fire should absolutely make it through the LCQs here.
Let's talk about this roster for a second, lads. This is a bit of a change up. We see Paige still there, but a lot of the heavy hitters off to other teams. How's this roster looking for you, Gibson?
I still think it looks pretty strong because even though, as you said, some of the guys have gone to other teams, they've still picked in some of the best of the rest. So at the end of the day, this team is still well equipped to compete going into this weekend. And all in all, I think when you think about the North American team still in this lobby, they're definitely up there in the top 2 or 3.
Absolute monsters.
100%.
All right, give me one other team, Gibson. I'm going to stick with you because I just got one from Godspeed that you think. What's one more that's going to go through for sure?
Another certainty. I'm going to say potentially dangerous, right? If you watch them, what they were able to cook on the first day of their group stages was insane. Day 2, they fell off just enough to miss qualification, but they showed me a lot of their potential, and I think that they'll be another lock-in for South America to get through to those grand finals.
I like that. I'm going to take a turn real quick, and I'm going to say I think Elevate's probably one of those shoe-ins. I think that they've just been consistent. They will get the points that they need to make top 8. Do I think that they'll go to the big show in Thailand? No, I don't think so, but I think they're going to put up a really good showing, and it's going to be fun to watch them. Godspeed. Outside shots. Let's talk about that, because that's what LCQ is all about. Besides the chaos, besides the slight scrim vibe as we get to the end of this thing, it's about dark horses going the distance. What do you got for me, Godspeed?
I actually like working in silence. Initially, especially because I cast the first day, there was a lot of macro play that came out from that team that really impressed me. And then even when they got into team fights, right, they were still able to hold their own against some of the better teams in the lobby who ended up qualifying. So I like what working in silence has done. Obviously, they kind of had a very disappointing final day. They only got 20 points, but I think that team can go the distance. If I were to choose a quote-unquote outlier, that would be it.
I mean, 20 points is a little less working in silence and really just not working. Well, we'll find out.
Being silent.
Yeah, just kind of quietly sitting in the corner. But you can't do that because we're playing 6 matches today. We're starting in the grassy patches of Erangel, headed to Tago, Rondo, and then Miramar in the dusty dunes to wrap this thing up. How did you guys feel in group stages? I didn't get a chance to do group stages with you. You got a chance to watch it. What was your vibe? How do you think the players are handling sort of the new map, the map rotation? Everybody seemed pretty comfortable to you?
Yeah.
No Rondo issues.
From what I understand, especially after talking to a lot of the players, they actually do like Rondo. They like a lot of the terrain. A lot of the issues that you would normally run into in Rondo, like in pubs, for instance, like just don't exist as far as like hot drops and stuff. And there's a lot of room for the teams to move around and rotate in initially. There are obviously some open spaces. It's a very large map. It's the largest 8x8 map that we have. But Rondo so far has been pretty fun to cast. And I think, the overall opinion of the map as far as the pro players go is most of them, they'll like it.
Nice. All right, so I'm going to address something real quick because I do want to talk about another team that I think we all had on our list of guaranteed to advance out of this. That's Wuju 2. I can tell you guys right now that Seifu is fine. He is... but he will not be playing in this stage is probably the best way to put it. They have a substitute on the team. If you guys want more information about what's going on with Wuju2 and Seifu directly, you can go to the Twitter and get information from them on their social networks across the board. So we'll leave it at that. My question is this. Gibson, I know you've got updates on the substitutions. Who's the sub, and do you think that they can still qualify? Because it would hurt so badly to have been so close last week and then have a sub and sort of the stress that goes along with that this week.
I think they're really lucky that their sub is a very mechanically skilled player. Nordskiff, who I've covered in Europe several times in the past, he was the MVP of a league that's held in Norway every single year for Formulation Gaming, beating out teams like PUBG Esports and, with some well-known names in there. So Nordskiff will come in. He'll have an impact. He's not Seifu, but he is Nordskiff, and you will know him by the end of this week, and he'll have his moments.
So let's say yes, no, Godspeed. Do you think this is still a pass for them into the grand finals if they're still going to make it?
Yeah, I think Wuju 2 still should qualify to grand finals.
Okay, cool. Gibson, are you on that board too?
Yeah.
Wuju 2, no issue. Got it. All right, love hearing that. Good luck to them. I will ask this follow-up though, Godspeed, because I know that you have played professionally. As much as people like to give a hard time about it, you do have some perspective that I think none of us have. if you got the substitute call up with 2 days of head notice, is that better or worse in terms of your nerves and your ability to just kind of go out there and do the job?
As opposed to like getting it sooner, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, like if you've got a couple of weeks or you're kind of training as the sub and you may sometime, does that make sense? Like having you somebody call you like, bro, qualifiers tomorrow, you're in.
If anything, that gives you a little bit of confidence that you're just called up that quickly. Yes, you would love to have more time to at least practice and mesh well with a team. But as far as pressure, especially in like a last chance situation, when you already are coming into a team like Fujitsu, who has shown that they can be pretty strong, I don't think it's going to be a very big issue for them at all. But yeah, sometimes it can be nerve-wracking, I guess. If this is the best way I can answer that question. That's
fair. I mean, that's all anybody can do. So, guys, we're jumping out of the plate. Game number 1 is getting underway. The top 8 advance to the grand finals. This is match 1 of the last chance qualifier here at the PUBG Americas Series 4. I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen. Let's get it on.
Thank you, Toffees, and Godspeed. At long last, we're on the mic together. I know it was supposed to happen at the previous PAS, but schedules were changed just a little bit. But this should be pretty fun, right? Because this is the last chance for so many of these teams. And to be honest, 12 maps instead of 6, these teams should be able to get a better handle of the lobby.
Yeah, but that's always the challenge, right? And what is happening here? My goodness, 55 embroiled with Bonji de Gao. Just trying to get the hell out of, like, leave me alone, man. Get this bug. Oh, they're actually coming with a, looks like an ace. Oh, they're in so much trouble already. That's going to be a Dragnum picking out Birkin right out of that UAZ. They're in so much trouble. This actually might be a full wipe.
It's actually not. Psycho pinned the UAS so that the rest of the team could get guns and get hunting them down. 55 did not show this aggression at all last week, and I am in love. And I think they've... come on, how far are you going to chase these 2 points? How much of a distance is it worth?
It also, especially if, I mean, this is the thing with this too, right, Gibbs, is if Bonji de Gao is potentially going to contest him on this West Coast multiple times, this could be a huge deterrent to get them off their back, even if they're just trying to take vehicles. So, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, this was obviously a very southern plane, so a lot of teams stretching, kind of doing alternate drops, but I kind of like this. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah. I think the big thing they've got to be careful of is they're driving directly towards, you've got Elevate holding the bridge, working in silence or inside a Primo. So you could be hurting these points for another team, and at some point, Kildema's going to go, I have a level 1 vest, I have no helmet, I have 18 bullets, and he's going to fire these shots, and then he's going to turn, get out of there. I think, though, they got their 2 points.
Oh, no! Wait, they actually might get more.
There's no
What happened to Haston? Oh, they must have hit a tree and he was low. That is, I think the word we use for that in the industry is unfortunate.
Unfortunate would be a great one. I think this is the worst case scenario, especially on an island circle, right? Because he's got to get across to Millie Island at some point. He's all by himself. You know what? This is where you set that challenge, right? You got to just get in the top 8. Try get 1 or 2 points out of this game now. 1 or 2 points for Bonji de Gao from this position. You got to take it as a win.
Right, and that's, you bring up a very good point. It's not, top 3, top 5, it's top 8, right? And you are afforded, you have 12 games, as you stated earlier, you are afforded to have probably 2, maybe 3 bad games and still be able to, not necessarily comfortably, but make it into that top 8 without having too many issues. So, yeah, it's not the best start for them. I like the aggression from 55, but moving now onto the island itself, it's actually going to be Haven from Luna. Probably has to get out of here very quickly as Elevate is pulling up on the backside of this.
And you look at it, it looks like Luna got a kill on the Ragers a little bit earlier as well. Justice will crash into the building, and oh no, Haven's going to get caught out as we're seeing some massive bits of vehicular warfare in the early stages of this matchup. And I don't know if you watched all the games last week, but the games that I was covering, whatever it was about Erangel, so many players and teams were falling in the first 5 minutes, and it's happening again.
Yeah, Erangel, I mean, I think we even spoke about it on the first day. Erangel always was kind of like the slower burn map, right? It's the map that everyone knows. It's the map that everyone's comfortable with. But especially with some of the circles, I mean, starting Millie base game 1, it's become a bloodbath. As you said, the first 5 minutes, I definitely caught those games that you were working. I mean, it's been much different if you watch Erangel now versus even last year or the year before, where it was, again, a slow burn at the start. So I'm here for it. I'm all for it, Gibbs.
I mean, as a caster, especially one like me who's all play-by-play, just to get action in the early game, I love it to bits. But grand scale of things, right? It's a milli-circle to kick things off and elevate. So you've got a couple of teams who drop there who are going to be loving life. One of those teams is Orion. Not very good for them. They played as a 3 for most of the weekend last weekend. Not a team that I expect to qualify for next weekend, but you've got to maximize opportunities like this as well when they come, because, you know, you get an early win, you get a bunch of points on the board, and you can carry that momentum into the rest of the weekend.
Right, and I would agree with that assessment as well. Orion is a team that has been playing for a long time. They've had roster shuffles here and there. They've showed in some tournaments that they are capable of, at the very least, qualifying for like a grand finals. But yeah, when it comes to what they've shown so far in this event, it's been a little lackluster. Right now, as you stated, they have a great opportunity, especially with the circle, especially with their position, but they also have to be careful. I mean, the double-edged sword of getting center circle, whether it's melee, whether it's Pachinki, it doesn't really matter, is what position you choose and how you play off of that, especially when you're not getting shifts, or even when you are getting shifts, right? One of the biggest issues when you have center circle is you're not really able to soak up that many points because, quite frankly, the opportunities just aren't really coming to you.
Yeah, but you think back to the success that the Falcons roster had, you know, last year, the year before. They weren't active in the early game, right? You know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes into the game, they'd have no kills. But come the end of the matchup, they'd get the chicken dinner, and they'd get, you know, teams would be coming to them, and they'd end up with, you know, 7, 8 kills. So I'm not saying Orion are going to do that, but you know, as long as you can hold center circle and keep your calm, the points will come to you.
That's true, but you just stated it right there. Is Orion going to be that team like Falcons who also are able to seize those opportunities, play more proactive? I'm not sure yet, but you know what? I would love for Orion to, you know, surprise us.
And again, you know, teams like Orion, they're so important, I think, to the ecosystem. Yes, you know, they're not qualifying for international events, but the fact that, you know, in previous years, they were there every single night of the week, practicing every single night of the week, teams like that ensure that games go ahead. And let's be real, they do have talented players. Like, I love watching Babbler play. Like, Babbler is one of the more fun players to watch. Red Riders had his moments in the past as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of those players have, like I said, they've had moments of brilliance in the past, especially regionally. Obviously, internationally, that's not really been the case for them because they've never made it, quite frankly. But they always have the potential to shake things up, as you're saying. And then, yeah, the fact that they're always there in scrims, always trying to improve, and that also speaks just to the region in general, right? Like, just leveling up over the years, especially when you have teams like Sonics now and Falcons and some of these big teams, STK, who have been with numerous orgs, who have really also helped the region level up. When they go to the internationals, they come back, they get that experience, and then, you know, these regional teams get to practice against them and then eventually get to compete in regionals. And that, you know, again, that levels up the whole scene, and that's what you like to see. As we see PD, potentially dangerous, are going to be taking a nice little pickup, and that's a very fortunate find, especially in the circle.
Yeah, and I think that they're one of my teams that I think will make the top 8 based on their play. You know, maybe the only argument here is that they've called in this drop a little early. I like to see it a little bit later so that they arrive to the circle roughly the same time the blue does, and then you can adjust your drop spot accordingly. But I guess when there's a military circle and 15 other teams are basically in there already, you gotta get on your move. Most of the good ground's already been taken.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Like you said, I like that actually point a lot, is to, you know, it's the first phase. Blue really doesn't hurt. You can easily tank that. Just put on a pain and an energy drink and just wait for that circle to start to pop. But the other issue is that there's just not that much room already, because pretty much every team is already on melee base this early, actually, which is also somewhat unusual, right? We usually have some outliers either on the West Bridge or East Bridge kind of waiting it out, but every single team besides PD has made it to the island.
First game, LCQ weekend, there's no second chances, no second lives. You've got to qualify. Teams are going to be a little bit more proactive than what we're used to seeing. Getting ready for that next circle pop. Again, Orion in the middle of military base. They've got themselves a nice spot depending on what way this goes. You've got Bonjay de Gallo. It's the last player live. Got to be very careful with his rotate, and it shifts. That's a harsh shift towards the west, and all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Friendly fire, Luna Galaxy, even up on Dog Hill, you know, Grandma's house, Dog Hill, you've with the Outlaws. That's going to be a spot that teams are going to want to take as well.
Yeah, that was a disgusting west shift, and it was very fortunate for the teams you mentioned. The Outlaws, Friendly Fire is very happy right now in new compound, but they also have to be careful with that split. Might have to consolidate at some point if they start to get crashed, because there's a lot of teams that got displaced by that, right? Especially looking on the east, you have Mutt, Sortito. You also have, you know, Wujitu coming in. They're going to be a little safer on the south side, but yeah, that was a brutal shift. And I'm also worried about Orion and some of these teams that actually just might get caught in Millie base proper.
And if you want to keep an eye on what all these teams are doing, make sure to do !map in chat to bring up the map stream. That's the end of It's in the first game, Bonjay to Gaio fall. But yeah, get the map stream up if you have a second screen available to keep an eye on the movements of all these teams. I know for one, I love keeping an eye on what's going on, and Rats will get themselves an opening knock onto Potentially Dangerous. But you look at the position, that's not going to be a flush kill, and Rats are certainly going to, or should lose one, unless Gats can get there pretty quick.
And you can even see here that Friendly Fire is starting to at least look for some of these teams, especially in Rats' direction on that hill. Try to see if they can get a flush. Glock Buffalo, though, they should be able to recover this. Yes, they're actually going to pick him up and then make it back to the compound, and they're just going to be kind of tentatively sharing that with Luna just across to the west side of the road. And so this is actually a nice pickup. I wasn't sure if he was going to get flushed out, but yeah, good on them. I like that play. And especially at this point, right, Gibbs, is if you have the opportunity to get a player up, it's last chance. Like, instead of being hesitant, just go for the play, and it worked out for them.
And the thing about Rats is, for anyone who's followed them for a while, they're the type of team that are just going to have fun in like the earlier rounds, because, you know, if they don't qualify, they know they've got LCQs. But mechanically, the 4 players on this team can hang with every other team inside this lobby. I've no doubt about that. I want to see them maybe focus a bit more on their macro play, because if they do, if they were a more macro focused team with the skill they have, they'd 100% qualify to this lobby every day of the week. Like, they're that talented, and I think just keeping everybody up and keeping Despoon scouting like he's going to do is a good decision for them.
Yeah, we can even just talk about that roster right now as it is, right? You have Gats, Finna, who has just tons and tons of not only just regional experience, but also been to internationals. You have Balefrost as well. Plenty of international experience. And then Despoon, who's just always been a solid player. So, yeah, they should, I would even argue, not even be here. But the fact that they are in this lobby, I firmly believe that they should qualify out of this as well. There's a lot of skill, there's a lot of knowledge, experience on that team. Finna should be able to lead them through, but now moving over, Sortito actually starting to rotate into a pretty dangerous area here, and they're going to be just south of Rage.
Yeah, Sortito, the team that trolled Potentially Dangerous' chances of qualifying for the weekend on the final map of last Sunday. They've got themselves locked in. Now, this is a tough spot for them. They should lose the tires of those UAZs. Yes, they're going to smoke it out, but as we get our next zone shift, it goes south. Elevates 2-2 split. Stick or twist, Godspeed.
It's oh man, that's tough. I think they'll be okay for now, but I think at some point, just because they're further south, right? A lot of these teams that are going to rotate are probably going to have to run into each other. I'm looking at like Legacy. Outlaws are going to have to deal with some pressure from the north. 55 will probably be safe for now. So Elevate is somewhat protected, but keeping this split past the next shift, even if they're both in, is probably a little risky. But for now, I think they'll be all right.
Working in silence, if you're wondering where that's happening, it's just on the south of the circle. They catch out Monster from Wuju 2 rotating in. Orion somehow getting themselves into this grandma's house on the corner of military base and keeping everybody alive, which is a very important thing for them too. They've got themselves a car, I believe now. Elevate getting themselves a P90 in the hands of Justice too, which could have a huge impact on the rest of this game. But he's got to be careful here, because has the vehicle just been disabled and he's out in the open in the smokes?
Yeah, he lost a tire. If not 2 tires, he's definitely lost 2. So Justice now kind of stranded going for that crate. And good on Gump to immediately realize, even if I don't get the knock here, if I can just take out that UAZ. I mean, he's going to be not necessarily dead to rights, but they're going to have to go for a play, maybe get a knock here, and here comes the RB. He's He's gonna be fine. Yeah, they're gonna get him out of there. Are they going for tires? Nope, they're going for the knock. He finds one. Nope, he's out.
Takes 3 to 5 business days for those SKS shots to get there, so I think he'll be okay. But what about company, man, right? Mr. Worldwide, he's coached teams in Europe, he's coached teams in South America, he's filled in as a admirably plenty of times in the past. But he's been playing pretty well now that he's jumped into a playing role again.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, a lot of experience outside of playing himself as well. So, and I'm sure that's probably added to his game, right? You see a lot of things, especially when you're coaching a team, how to kind of not only just help a team fix mistakes, but you realize things that maybe you do wrong by watching your players. And Robert is going to go down. Triss, Mutt now getting involved, but Varys is going to find the trade.
Oh, Mug is out. He gets body blocked by his own teammate. Eventually, he does go down on the edge, but for Mutt, they're trying to put Sortito under a lot of pressure. Robert will get smoked out, or kill confirmed, as he makes sure that your cover is there on the opposite side towards Wuju 2, but 2 points on the board for Mutt so far. This is a pretty important battle on the edge, because all these teams on the southeastern side, it's all about hoovering up points, because they're not all going to make it into the next circle safely.
No, they're absolutely not. And this is also why when you asked me about Elevate Split, I thought it was still somewhat viable, because all these teams were going to have to go through that dangerous area, right? They're going to have to rotate through each other, which gives them the option. And at least now for Elevate, they'll be able to rotate into the south side in that compound as we shift. And it's going to be Laucha going down, and Sortito will fall in 14th place. And there are still so many teams bunched up on that southeast side, Gibson.
Yeah, it's getting really busy down there. And Donkey Destroyers, they've kind of made their way in. They've lost 2, making their way in from the north. Now we see Wuju 2 looking to clean up Mutt on the edge of the circle. Cowboy, one of the more exciting players to come through the ranks in NA in the last calendar year. I think he's a great addition to Wuju 2. I feel like we didn't see his full potential at SSG. And look at the way they're using the smoke cover to get really aggressive and push right up on top of Mutt.
I do like this, but if Mutt have utility, they also have to be careful, because those smokes are prime targets for nades or any type of utility. Even if it's blue zone nades, you see one kind of fly out for Wuju sides. But yeah, the way they're approaching this fight is as smart as you can get, especially in a situation where they know Mutt is at least down 2 players. And so that's going to be a good nade. It's going to put Mug down to half HP, and here comes the push. So far, so good for Wuju 2.
Oh, clever from Mug, stepping up into the smoke that's been thrown by Wuju 2. To buy a little bit of space. Blue, Mug, you need to run the other way. That blue zone nade is going to chunk. You're out in the open, Cowboy.
Oh, no.
Will win is 1. That's a kill confirmed for Wuju 2. Now you turn your attention to FCZ, further off inside the circle, but great aggression from Wuju 2, knowing they need to clear this battle, because, oh, that's a good nade. That's a really good nade. That'll get the knock on to Cowboy, and that might slow down the push.
Yeah, that's going to slow them down, but more importantly, it's going to give Working in Silence a window of opportunity here to backstab Wuju 2. As you can see, they're starting to posture over it. FCZ doing the best that he can. Nordskip's nade will find him, but Working in Silence now with an opportunity to close the door there on the east side to Wuju 2.
Donkey Destroyers going down in 12th. You know, they waited a long time. That's usually not the length of time you'd have to wait for Donkey Destroyers to get in a fight. Nordskip will get hit by a great nade from Working in Silence, which was kind of what I feared about this fight taking so long. You're inviting pressure from other teams that need to push into the zone. And I feel like if Working in Silence play this right, they're going to get another 2 points on the board and should get into the top 10. Sneak's got to be really careful.
Yeah, Snake's got to be careful indeed, getting shot underneath that UAZ. But this is, again, something that I was really impressed with Working in Silence. Instead of rushing to the circle, instead of trying to just take something center, sending it, they took their time. They stalked the team that was in front of them, which was Wuju 2. They waited for them to get in a fight, and then they realized that they had some time to pounce, and then they started to put the pressure on when Wuju 2 had their back turned and was also on the back foot. And so this is something they did consistently through group stages, and I really like this team's macro. I talked about it before, and I'm still of that opinion that they have really solid macro.
That's why I think potentially Dangerous have such a good chance as well, as the zone shifts towards the north. Legacy should collapse their 2-2 into a 4 now, because VHZ should realize that either the winner of Wuju 2's Working in Silence fight will more than likely be heading this direction. And look at this Elevate going to pick up everybody, and they're rotating this direction as well. But what a nade that was. Working in Silence flushing and killing out Cowboy. Sneak attack. It's not looking good for poor Sneak now, as Working in Silence will use what they used against using what working as Wuju 2 used earlier against them.
Well, Sneak was a great player, is a great player, but I just don't think there was anywhere out of them. But something else we didn't even just talk about right now with that shift, Gibson, is there is nothing to play in the center of this circle. Even towards that west side, it is just a hill face, and a lot of these teams now are going to start bunching up. And for the teams that are currently on the south fighting as IQ finds Solds, I mean, once they conclude this fight, I mean, they're going to be driving straight into Legacy.
And this is all working out for the teams that are already in the circle as well. Elevate chasing points because they realize with the circle being what it is, your best chance of getting a high point game is to go for those kills. Now, Justice, oh, IQ, you are so lucky you got in there in time. You've got the rock for cover. Now you got to go for the res. Picture in picture, we're seeing Ragers going head to head with Orion as IQ steps out once more, and IQ's going to get knocked by Nzeto. And here's Company Man just full sending it into the mix as we turn our attention back to his POV.
Company Man was actually a nice spray with that FAMAS. He was actually in the circle. He had a small foothold at the base of that mountain, but looks like he's just going to try to go for points. Maybe he just goes back, tries to survive, get some placement points out of this one, but that was a very gutsy play. And yeah, he's going to go back to the spot he had, which I'm sure Elevate was trying to reconsolidate towards his position, but was not able to.
Yeah, that's where we saw them get the crate a little bit earlier, but 55, Friendly Fire, and the Outlaws all bunched together on this hill now by the doghouse as Michael from Friendly Fire will draw first blood, but he gets knocked back in quick order. Shinboy will push up, pick him up, get him in behind a little bit more cover, and go for that res again, allowing 55 to turn their attention towards the Outlaws. And look at that, Psycho is going to get knocked pretty quickly.
This is an opportunity as well. Wow, that res is going out for Shinboy to try to third party this fight, but the Outlaws so far have done a good job of holding this position at the top of the hill. They have a compound to work with, but it's not much. Grandma's health, 1 HP for Nick. As Gibble now, really the only healthy member, trying to step up and just cause a little bit of a delay, but look at the way 55 pushed this. It's been very smart from them.
And this is the 55 that we usually see in the last two maps of the day. Usually that's when they up their aggression,
right?
But they are chasing their points. 5 kills, and that's a good shift for these teams fighting on the hill. That's a really good shift because it'll allow them to continue the fight for now. And realistically, who's going to push them? Maybe Luna, because everyone else is more focused on what's going on the east side of the circle.
Yeah, Luna probably the best team poised to actually take advantage of this fight, and as you can see, they're actually going for that right now, so I really like that call from Luna. But yeah, as far as the south side, Legacy is going to have to hold that house. We see Gizarian against Orion as well as PD, so potentially dangerous, have quite the fight ahead of them. But look at this, Friendly Fire recovered now in the Grandmas, starting to look for those kills and try to maybe take over this position for now and then take the fight to 55. But as you stated, Luna is hot off the heels on this one.
Yeah, Outlaws, they're holding the angle on the top floor. Gibble and Nick, the molly's being thrown, so Friendly Fire know exactly where those players are. You can see the Flames will get the knock onto one. Gibble is going to have to med up first and then go for the res. Now, will the Flames take down Nick? Yes, they will. So there's one player left alive on this top floor. And like the thing is, Friendly Fire, they're not going to sleep on this. They know they've still got one more player to clear. They're going to do it as quick as possible. I think your best bet's to play the trade game. Send Michael up as a sacrificial lamb. Never mind, Michael wins this one, but you got to do that right. Send one player up as a sacrificial lamb. Get the other guy to trade it out.
Yeah, especially in those difficult to push positions, you just kind of have to go for it, especially for the trades. But look at this. Hazel now finds another knock. It's just down to Theros. He's trying to get that res on Slabby. That is a very gutsy res, but no, he's going to get off. Oh, going back.
Oh, go on, Hazel. Go for the swing. Go for the swing. Big plays. Oh, he gets hit by the drop shot by Theros. And now potentially dangerous. They've got enough time to get back up to a 3. You've still got to contend with Legacy. I don't think they're getting across that road unless they've got enough smokes in the back pocket. But while all this is going on, we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff up here on the northwest because you've still got 55, you've still got Friendly Fire, and Friendly Fire turning their attention to Luna. This could be a huge opportunity for the backstab from Gubin.
Yeah, and even looking at Luna, I like the fact that they've left an anchor in Kraken there just to kind of make sure they have some position in the circle if this fight goes awry, but looks like Vinny is going to Takes some shots. He's going to back down, but 55 is, I mean, they are dialed in on this one, Gibson. They do not want to let friendly fire out, especially if they're able to get rid of friendly fire. They have much more room to work with, and they can really start to spread out and start taking shots at the teams that are below.
Yeah, and you can see Shinboy took a lot of damage, but that's this fight kicking off once more, and keep an eye on the movements of Luna. If they see enough knocks on the kill feed, you can be sure as hell that they are going to make their way up this hill to clean up what's left between these teams. Now, Penta, got to be very careful now as the blue zone is pushing up to Grandma's house. Zone about to shift once more. Is it going to donut? Is it going to stay north? Wow. Another great shift for these teams up on the northwest. How does that happen?
I don't know. But if you're 55 or friendly fire, or even if you're Luna, you are just thanking your lucky stars that you position yourself north early. The fact that it's shifted here 3 times, Gibson, is actually kind of wild, but you know they'll take him. If you're a team in one of those positions, you'll absolutely take him. Working in silence, meanwhile, Teknosh and Fauna have still got a position to play. They have a solid spot on the south side to kind of work their way up this hill, but Legacy is really the only team out now, and they're going to have to make a move at some point, and I would imagine they're going to try to rotate south, get rid of Working in silence, take over their position, and then start to third party those fights above.
And Legacy know exactly who it is that's in that position, and they know how many players they've got up. So, oh my god, Fana, what a headshot will get the knock onto VHZ. And the third party from Luna as LFP falls as well. Legacy falling apart at the seams here as they try to make their way into the circle. And this is great because the blue zone is closing now as well, putting even more pressure. But Gizera spots out Posa, but unable to land the shots and get the knock as VHC gets re-knocked.
Yeah, but as you said, I mean, they're going to have to move. They have to move. Circle is coming in. This is phase 7. That is going to chunk horrendously hard. So, I mean, back against the wall, I'm not even sure they're going to be able to get LFP. I don't think there's enough time. They just have to make that move. And VHZ goes back down, Working in silence now in a position to capitalize off of this. They see the knocks in the kill feed, and they know that they're stuck against the blue. They just got to go.
Yeah, Teknosh confirming out that point onto LFP, putting them up to 9 kills and 12 points overall. For Legacy, I think they're just going to try to stay in the blue as long as possible. You know, first aid it, maybe try to outlive another one of these teams inside the circle, but they had no choice. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to stay in, you're going to try to fight and deliver points to rivals for the top 8, or are you going to stay in the blue? You're going to stay in the blue.
Yeah. 100% of the time, teams are gonna, especially in that situation, right? There's no way in hell they're actually gonna make it up that hill, especially with 55 Luna. I mean, Working in silence as well, watching them. But now you can see 55 actually started to shift their focus a little bit towards Working in silence. They heard the shots earlier. They knew there was a team on that side. But look at this rotation now. Working in silence actually opting to start their rotation a little bit more to the east side, actually coming in behind Luna. And what a shot from Kill Demo onto Michael.
And the zone finally comes off of Grandma's house, and 55 Esports, they've set up a trap. This should be kills for them onto friendly fire. Oh, maybe not.
Oh.
Penta is going to decapitate Kill Demo, buying yourselves a little bit of time. Nades being thrown now through the window, and Penta gets the knock onto Hyaguin as well. This is a huge chance for friendly fire, and they're taking it. They're going full offensive, and Gubin is the last man standing.
Has to make an incredible last stand here as he finds one. Shinboy will go down. Penta though holding the angle, and that was so crucial for Penta to get those knocks. But Luna now with an opportunity to strike. Actually, oh, Teknosh. Oh, you're going to take so much damage. She's still okay. Crazy fight though from Friendly Fire to pull themselves out of that one, because as you said, 55 was setting up for that.
Yeah, and if you look now for Working in silence, if they can just... It's a very difficult try... Oh, what? Fana! Again with the arm. Taking down Posa. And if only his... Nah. Just stop peeking the guy with the arm. It's not a good idea. It's not going to go well. But Fana, I think, has bought himself just enough time to get up against this ridge on inside of the circle. Great shot from Fana.
Yeah, Fana, I mean, even if they had gone down... 9 kills, Gibson, as you said. I mean, already in the top 3. A great salvage game here from Working in silence, actually almost rotting on the east edge. As we saw earlier, only 2 of those members made it out, in Fauna and Teknosh. But look at this, man. Fauna still very dangerous, but the spread coming in from Friendly Fire is also very intelligent. They're making sure that they're able to at least scout here, and they can still trade off of each other. And oh, the spray catches the helmet, but no, Michael will find him. So Working in silence will fall in third.
Yeah, and Worst case scenario for Luna 2, not a single player from Friendly Fire got knocked, which means that we're sticking in that 3v3. Center point. The end of the game is now in sight, and it is just in the middle of all these teams. Now, this is where that trail of thought goes, right? Friendly Fire have the high ground, which gives them a huge advantage in a battle like this. But at the same time, and I was always been curious about this, because you have the high ground, it does mean that when Luna Galaxy see you, the only thing they can shoot is your head, which, as you know, takes down that HP pretty damn quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat of a double-edged sword, as you were explaining. I mean, the only thing you're peeking is your head, but at the same time, I mean, you also have different angles to peek from that high ground route, so the likelihood of someone peeking twice in the same angle, probably not very high. But the other thing that Luna has done is actually use this hill beautifully in order to kind of mitigate the angles that they actually get shot from, and Posa now setting up on this tree cannot go down.
Center circle being locked in by Luna Galaxy here on game 1 of the LCQs. Both of these teams getting a nice chunk of points so far, but for Friendly Fire, they're hunting 20 plus points. Penta using this rock, using the ridge to his advantage, but you don't want to stay in the blue for all so long. And this is the point where I'm actually surprised by how much utility they still have. Like, they've still got enough smokes to create some cover.
Right? Yeah, they probably picked up quite a bit off 55 and the members up there, but yeah, they still have a healthy amount of utility here as smokes are now starting to come out. Line of sight trying to be blocked for angles. That way Luna Galaxy can also move up, and that's going to be a flash. Michael taking a lot of damage here, but Shinboy will find the first knock on a Kraken.
And that is huge. Vinny, though, trading it back onto Michael straight away. Posa with the nade in his hands, going to get spotted by Shin, but not able to get the knock. So Shinboy's going to use Michael now in a bit of a body block to allow himself some cover, and that's fine. In a 2v2, use your teammate if he needs to be. Vinny steps up, sprays through the smoke, finds about 24 damage now, but Shinboy's going to find Posa, but Vinny's going to swing around, but it's won by Friendly Fire. 12 kills, 22 points. Huge from them in game number 1 of LCQs.
And Shinboy steps up and actually gets all 3 at the end there. What a play and what a start to the LCQ. That was a massive game for Friendly Fire, but also Luna Galaxy, and more importantly, the work that the duo from Working in Silence were able to do, snagging 3rd place. That was a wild first game.
We're gonna fly. They picked up a ton of points in that one, but remember what you were saying earlier about how the old version of the Falcons team would wait for the points to come to them in the end game? That's essentially what happened for Friendly Fire on the back of that one, wasn't it, Toffees?
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta... The circles, though, right? Like, there was a ludicrous amount of Northwest circles. At that point, they just built Fort Penta and locked themselves in there and did the best that they could. I thought Fort Penta was gorgeous, absolutely held up against that push, and then they played out the late game. Shinboy, you know, it has been a long growth cycle, but we're getting there, and I'm excited about it. All right, let's go back to the highlights. Push here. Outlaws died. That was anticlimactic. It was just death in an attic.
That was a 6 shot.
Yeah, he got mothballed.
Yeah, he did. But
all right, so this is the Fort Penta push here, right? This is, yes, look at that. Zoomer angles. It's a good open, and then I loved it. 55, they did what they had to do. They set up for this fight, Godspeed. They tried. They had their resistance points, but Friendly Fire just dismantled them piece by piece. It was like watching an old Lego set be taken apart.
Yeah, I mean, like Gibson said, they were setting up for it. And again, Fauna was just doing work with that but 55 had set up for it, and their setup wasn't bad. The issue was that Penta finds that knock, right, through that little hole, that little window, and then the nade that came after it was picture perfect, and you know he learned that from SDK, right? I mean, that's that's a classic callback there, but it was just such a good play, and Penta really kind of digging them out of that position. Yeah. But then Shinboy, man, just coming in super clutch at the end.
Yeah, it was an excellent page to be written in the Friendly Fire book as they come away with a very big first win. And I think that's really relevant, Gibson, because it's LCQ. I don't expect them not to advance, like they're that good of a team. That said, I expect things to get a little wild and woolly here in the last couple of games, maybe all day tomorrow. So winning early is probably a good thing.
Oh, 100%. Start as you mean to go on. A lot of times when you see one of the stronger teams in a lobby get that chicken dinner in game number 1, it just settles their nerves so much going into the rest of the weekend. And let's be real, Friendly Fire shouldn't be in LCQs in the first place when you look at the roster they have. so they should get themselves out of it pretty quick.
Yep. Let's talk about this roster. So they got the win. You can see the match results. That's also the overall scoreboard. Surprise, it's the first game. But I do want to talk about Friendly Fire because this is a new roster. For lack of a better word, the old roster, I don't want to say gutted, but maybe they were eviscerated. They were cut open for the parts that people wanted and left behind in Paige's hands here. And Paige is able to sort of put this group together. Penta, I think, really strong member of the team. Shinboy, historically Godspeed, has been around. He's had LAN experience, but never has really found the team that he works with. And Michael obviously brought over from Europe, playing very well right now. What's your take on this roster as it stands, Godspeed?
I mean, I think Gibson said it earlier, right? It's the best of the rest. It's basically the best team that I think at this point Paige could have put together, because you're absolutely right. I mean, this roster got gutted. Paige and Gobang, their coach, are really the only ones left. I mean, former teammates were Pixel, Roth, obviously going over to the Falcons. And so I actually still really like this team. Shinboy having a wealth of experience and also finding immense success, getting, I believe, the second place at PGIS with Zenith, and Roth was on that roster as well. But yeah, I mean, this team has a lot of experience. They should be able to control the chaos. And on top of the fact they have experience, I mean, this is a frag heavy roster, right? Michael also a very good player mechanically. So, I mean, they should be doing this well, especially in this lobby, right? Let's just call it what it is. And so, yeah, starting off this strong is expected, but I would also say is a great start for them.
Let me ask the hard questions here, Gibson, for you.
Yeah,
I just watched the Race to World First on Warcraft. You know, we know what it's like to go for those boss kills. Is this roster, is Friendly Fire a boss killer roster, or is this, let's be honest, a farm team where these guys are going to play really well and hope that one or two of them gets picked up for a boss killing roster down the line? What do you think of that?
They're a boss roster. They are the boss. Never mind a boss killer. Like them and Legacy should be the two final bosses inside this lobby for teams to deal with. And I think that teams will have like you saw, 3-4 different teams tried to take them down, and they had plans. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And you saw it several times. Shinboy did it, and we saw it from Penta. They punched two teams hard in the mouth and got the winner out of it.
And I think that actually alludes to something you guys brought up during the game. You sort of talked about how in the old days you'd see like Falcons go to these spots in the middle and then sort of like make the most out of their points per game, if you will. And we talked about teams like Orion who are trying to do that in this lobby. The problem sometimes comes down to is Orion doesn't necessarily win the same fights that Falcons does. So when we get back, we're taking a little bit of a chance. We're going to talk about what it is that makes the wait and hold middle strats work versus the smash mouth on the outside. It's LCQ. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Oh.
Howdy, partner.
Time I close my eyes.
Welcome back. LCQ's back again. It is game number 2 about to kick off. Friendly fire, just won. They got some shifts, but ultimately they fought tooth and nail to get there to that end game. I thought it was Legacy's match early on when we got to military because Godspeed, it was, if you want, how do I say this? Gibson hates players because he likes chaos. Was military the right way to start off a chaotic LCQ?
I mean, military circles are always, I don't want to say somewhat of wild card, right? That's so cliched because at this point, so many teams know how to get on military. They know how to play it. I think the wild card there was actually those shifts that Gibson and I were talking about. I mean, just the hard west shifts, and then it just stayed on that grandma's compound on the west side for so long, which bought 55, friendly fire, and even Luna Galaxy some time to really start to kind of push up and you know, work with what they had. The biggest issue with Legacy is the fact that they got caught trying to rotate up. 2 of the members got knocked, and then they just took too much time trying to res instead of just using that opportunity maybe to just cut your losses and make your way up that hill, because they were pinned between Phase 7 Blue and 2 different teams looking at them and trying to take them out.
Destroyers. They did not hot drop last game, but that's only because they went to Pachinki and no one else went there. I asked Pat Caps about what they were doing during the last stages, and he said it's not targeting. We just pick where we want to go and we go there. You see a donkey, you destroy a donkey. Sometimes we follow them out of planes, though. Do you think that continues here in LCQ?
If you got Pachinki and no one's going to contest it, you got to take Pachinki, right?
But so is that the idea that they would have basically their context is we're just going to we take what we want. We don't give a crap about you. So we might turn into hot drops on future maps. We're just going to the best drop every single time. Is that basically what I'm getting from them?
No, I reckon in groups they had their little, the anime death notes. And anytime someone minorly inconvenienced them in ranked or casuals or scrims, they wrote their name down and they just went through the list in groups. They didn't care what the final result was. It's like, we're dropping you because you took my UAs on this map.
Now, Godspeed, for those at home who may be joining us or maybe new to the scene, I don't think there's a lot of you, but just in case, this hubris drop is awful fun for us to watch. Why don't we see more teams doing it?
Hot drops?
The idea. Well, they're hubris dropping. They're not even looking for hot drops. They're just like, we're taking this spot. Go F yourself, right? Like, they're not looking for the fight necessarily.
Yeah, but for one, that just shows they're confident. But I mean, my stance has always been, whether I'm casting or I was playing, I hate hot drops. I cannot stand them. I feel like if a team is really going to contest you, because the main issue with hot drops is this. Even if you win hot drops, whether it be in scrims, whether it be in tournament itself, there's not always a guarantee that that team is going to leave. So essentially what you're doing is you're damaging your games, especially like, let's say you lose a player, you lose 2 players, and hurting your chances, especially when you're in an LCQ where you really don't want to do that. And I hate that, especially when there's always going to be flex spots. There's always going to be somewhere else you can go. Now, the time that I actually love hot drops is when a team is very far ahead and they can potentially target a team that they don't want to either make a cutoff or just want to completely cripple moving forward, which in that case, I love it. But just general hot drops, start of a tournament, you've already tried to hash it out in scrims, that doesn't work out. Sometimes the best option is just to leave, man. And that's always kind of been my take on it.
That makes sense to me. And if you're giving out the best options, I say I should go through with them too. Also, I kind of have to use the restroom. So I'm going to leave you to enjoy match number 2, last chance qualifier.
Thank you. And I just want to add one point onto that hot drop conversation as well. Like, at the end of the day, you're ruining your game and you're ruining the other team's game. Like, we saw it. You can be the best team in the world. And if someone consistently hot drops you, you're not going to win tournaments. We saw it with Sonics in the past whenever they eventually had to give up Pachinki.
Yeah, 17. Yeah.
And then look what happened whenever Sonics were like, what was it, the very next tournament or a tournament later? They won the whole thing because they were like, it's not worth their while dropping there. They changed their drop and they were able to win the whole thing.
Yeah. No, I mean, watching that was really miserable too as a fan of the Sonics, but I mean 17 was just dominant when they were hot dropping, and that pretty much ruined the whole event for them. And so I've always subscribed to the fact that there's enough room, there's enough to loot around, and then also you diversify your macro, right? And your knowledge of like rotations, you pick new spots, new set points to rotate into, scout from, and so yeah, hot drops, unless, like I said, if you're ahead and you have the headroom to do it and you're targeting a specific team for a specific reason, like whether it's causing a strong team to not qualify or just making sure that they can't catch up to you in points, beautiful. Love it. do it all day. But in situations like this, I've just never been a fan.
Well, you got to think back as well to last year when we had one of our NA teams just ruin an event for Ascend. Remember, Ascend could have won one of the PGSs, and one of our teams from NA just went, yeah, we're going to hot drop you over and over and over again. And it's got to hurt for the team that's being hot dropped. But Donkey Destroyers, that's more like it. Yeah, Donkey Destroyers getting involved in a fight in the first 4 months. That's my Donkey Destroyers. That's what I came here to see.
that's the team. There they are. But yeah, looks like Luna actually driving straight into them. And potentially Dangerous going to be one of those teams as well, flying through. But looking at the circle, this is as standard and vanilla of a West Coast circle as you could possibly ask for, Gibbs.
Yeah, it's probably the perfect medicine after what we had in the previous circle with a military one. Pat Caps, yeah, don't peek towards Luna. Get yourself into some cover. You can see that Luna have now kind of leapfrogged you. You know, you get this little moment where teams go back and forward. Batty with the Dragonov doesn't have the headshot lined up perfectly yet. Turns his attention to Posa, and that's got to be close. There's no way that was far off hitting the head.
That probably whizzed right past his head, and they decided to just kind of back off here. But again, the Donkey Destroyers you know and love, they're finding some aggression here. Now, I know they're not going to chase them out, but they're at least going to let them know that this ain't free, and we are the Destroyers. So they're going to go right back to Pachinki.
But you know what's really crazy, right? This is where you know the teams that drop on Pachinki against the ones that don't. Because any other team, you know, be it Sonics, be it 17, any team international that drops here, at this point, 4.5 to 6 minutes in, they're already in Gatka. They're already on, you know, the hills north of Ruins. You can just tell the teams don't drop here as often as others. Don't quite have that same timing on the rotates.
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? A team that's been, like you said, like Sonics or any of these other teams that take Pachinki, I mean, they've been looting there for years, literal years now. And so they have the timings, they know where they want to be in certain circles. Sometimes they do hang around if they feel like they want to wait for rotation or just see what circle does. But yeah, you're right in that point, is that there's, I don't want to say unfamiliarity because these players know Pachinki, right? But it's the timings. The timings really do matter, especially when you're looting the center of the map. I mean, that's the biggest benefit to looting the center of the map, whether it's Miramar or Picado on Miramar, or, you know, Pachinki here on Erangel.
And that's a point that I want to touch on, because obviously you've tons of experience, but when I came into casting, one of my big things was talking to pro players about how they look at lobbies and rotations. And when you get to the grand finals, when you get to international events, teams kind of told me that they focus, they look at the circle, they look at maybe the 5 or 6 teams that drop in, you know, within a couple of kilometers of them. And they basically watch all the VODs to see how this team moves, where they move. So in their head, they know, well, we're seeing a little peek by Theros, but end of the point was, they have a map in their head of knowing where the teams around them are going to go. So they know how quickly they need to get from point A to point B.
Yeah. And that also just goes down to, and it's pretty much what we did as well, right? Wherever we drop, we knew that there was, okay, this team drops here, or for instance, you know, at MPL, we knew that E United and Simplicity sometimes would drop around us, and so we started to get a hold of their timings, but more importantly, like their set rotations, right? Because sometimes you can cut those rotations off, sometimes you can beat them. Sometimes if you're late, you're like, okay, this rotation is probably not great for us because this team has probably already moved. And that's, I mean, that type of awareness and map knowledge is really also what helps, you know, garner these big point games, because you are really starting to understand not necessarily what's happening on the whole map, but your side of the map and where you're trying to go.
Remember, if you want to keep an eye on the map and understand these rotates for yourself, !map in chat. And also been told you can catch all the, if you don't have access to another Twitch channel, you can also go to the PUBG Esports website to get access to the map stream as well, to see where all these teams are going. We're seeing potentially dangerous, what I like to call it is, they're like beating their chest, they're just barking. They're not trying to get knocks here, they're just making noise so that other teams know that this spot is taken.
Yeah, a lot of peacocking going on, and you'll see some of that from the other teams as well. 55 trying to act a little bigger than they really are, especially with a fairly wide split here. They have a member in North Gatka, and then they have Gatka proper, and that's going to be against Luna Galaxy, who's actually set up just on the south side of Everest over there. And then looking at the rest of the map, it's really friendly fire coming in late with Working in Silence, but we've seen this from Working in Silence quite a bit, right? They take their time, they come into the circle a little late, they kind of gauge where the other teams are at, and then they start to pinpoint exactly how they want to rotate in, and then more importantly, which team that they want to kind of either third party or start to stock so that they have that opportunity or that window to wipe them out and take over their position. And so far, they've been really good at it. Like I said, I've been impressed with working in silence macro.
And now we're seeing Luna Galaxy rotate up towards Everest. 55 Esports holding their spot inside Mini Gatka. Just to the north of Gatka Regular, where Gubin is still currently holding. We're getting ready for that next zone shift. And LFP still inside of Millie Island. But again, there's no problem with that. There's no teams holding him out. Yeah. He knows that it's safe. So why not get that last little bit of loot that could help you later on in the game?
Oh, and that is a somewhat far northern shift there, as it's going to cut out a lot of teams, and more importantly, it's actually going to cause issues for Certitos once a lot of these teams from the south have to start to move up. They have a good position for the time being, but they're going to have to contend with a lot of teams coming in off of edge, and I'm more specifically, Gibbs, looking... Oh, that was almost there. Almost there, sneak attack, but I'm looking at this eastern edge, which is about to become a war zone.
Mm-hmm. Chopsticks all the way down to where you see Elevate by Dog Hill, Llama Hill, Cat Hill, but potentially dangerous. They've got Friendly Fire rotating. An empty click of the gun for Theros will buy a little bit more time for Friendly Fire to turn tail, but you're going towards 55, and Gubin will get the knock on the Shinboy. Now, Michael isn't going to pick up his teammate. They're going to keep on moving, but that's only for the fact that they won in the last map. That could have been a very big loss early on for Friendly Fire. And they're not in safe yet, because Varas will get the knock onto Michael. And the other two players rotating in, their HP ain't looking great either.
No, it's not. Page was down to 1 pixel. No pun intended. Oh, that nade! Oh, does Nick get out in time? He does. Mud actually crashing now. The Outlaws here. And the big thing with that rotation for Friendly Fire is the problem is they came in so late, they came in blind, Gibson.
Yeah, and that's the timings that we spoke about. Now, Nick, in a very rough spot, caught between a rock and a hard place, as the utility dump will come in from Mutts, who've played a lot more aggressive in the previous map than we saw over last weekend. 4 kills through 1 map. No placement points just yet, but this should be a 5th. Nick can't even get 1 off the back of it. Mutt will pick up their 5th kill, and even more importantly, clear out the first one of these buildings. Gump will fall as well, as T Plants is able to find that knock with great cover from the side. And all in all, this is going perfectly to plan here for Mutt.
Yeah, and you stated it. They needed to be more aggressive now as we look at Sortito. Varas getting shot from a distance, trying to hold off the push here, coming in from Rats, but the Spoon will find him and flush him immediately, and a second member will fall due to the molly from Finna.
Mm-hmm. The Spoon, my kind of guy. Suppressed M4. I'm about that life. I'm about that life. You know what? The Spoon's got himself a hell of a fan club as well, and I'm in it. I love watching the Spoon play.
Yeah, he's a great player. I will say, though, I don't think that Suppressor is necessarily the choice that he wanted to make. I think it was made out of necessity. Sure. Who knows?
Sure.
Who knows? Maybe he is a... maybe he is a silencer enjoyer.
Look, if it works, it works. You know, at the end of the day,
yeah.
I don't really think that the concept of Suppressor on an AR is a great one inside of PUBG, because if you're close enough to spray the AR, you're close enough to hear the Suppressor anyway.
Yeah. It sounds cool, though, so there's always that benefit, right? As we see the Outlaws now taking what little advantage position they have. I mean, they're in a good position, but with only 2 members and with Mutt, you know, keeping their tabs on that team, there is a potential danger there, especially when you have Working in Silence now making their way to the south side of the circle, just to the east side. It looks like Company Man and Elevate, but the rest of Elevate has actually gone right behind Legacy on Llama Hill.
Yeah, and funny enough, Legacy have now leapfrogged Elevate into the circle, which could have, you know, ramifications later on inside the game, and they're moving as the zone shifts back towards Gatka and in towards Dumpling and Chopsticks, and all of a sudden, I'm looking at this, you've got 1 shack and 1 dip inside those fields that teams can play. Elsewise, if you're not already in the circle in Gatka or Chopsticks, or even, you know, where you see potentially dangerous, you gotta play edge for at least a little while longer.
Yeah, and these are the circles that you hate to see, as Penta's going to take down his 10 from Bonge de Gala. Oh, he takes down 2! Oh, sorry, Page got 1. Penta with the second. But again, working very well together. This team rotated in basically blind, coming in late from the circle. They still managed to find 2, and they're still on edge, so they have something to play ahead of them. But, I mean, these are the circles that you dread seeing, especially if you're one of the teams that aren't already set up in one of those few positions. The open field endings are always brutal to play. Is Cowboy now coming up? Can he find? He does. Bonji de Gallo falls.
Didn't even get to shoot that Panzer. That's great from Wuju too. Another kill on the board as they cleared out this position, but friendly fire starting to push this way. Page, if he can get this nade through the window, this would be unbelievable. You can see it soar through the air, but nowhere near close enough. Cowboy caught in the open, but covering fire. It's a little bit of was that? I think that was Luna that did a lot of damage on the side, and Wuju too suddenly find themselves down to 2. Sneak attack and Nordskiff stuck inside, but I love the aggression from Wuju too to try to wrap up. They were just unfortunate that so many teams were looking this way.
Yeah, I also like the aggression, but they had to have known, right, that there were going to be teams that had an angle on that, specifically Luna, and even it was Donkey Destroyers actually that had the angle, so 2 of them get ripped up now. The Sneak Attack and Nordskiff have to hold this from a full 4-man coming in.
Oh, Donkey Destroyers, the one team you don't want to be pushing you because they have no pause button, they have no brakes, it's all accelerator. They take down Nordskiff. Sneak's the last player standing. Now, you look, Sneak's not going to get those reses. I don't see, you know, even with smokes, I don't see any way they can get their way back. And Donkey Destroyers may just turn their attention to this compound next. And it's what we expected. All these teams battling on the edge of the circle because really, that's all there is to play.
Yeah, and meanwhile, server's like, oh look, free points. I'll take those. Thank you very much. So they pick up 2 more and 4 kills. Yeah, I agreed with the notion. I like the aggression from Wuju too, but that was just such a risky play going for. Hello?
Go on, go on.
Oh.
Sneak's the type of player who could pull that off.
He is. I mean, and that would be an opportunity at the least for him to get some points here. But yeah, all alone, 3 kills. He's just going to try to play for placement as much as he can. Meanwhile, Sortito actually find another point. Still 2 members alive. So they also, I mean, I was going to say they also might be able to find something to play here. But I mean, this circle shift is brutal. And now we're truly in those field endings, Gibbs.
Well, Rats are probably going to get crashed. Like, Luna are going to look at this and go, they have nowhere to go. Gatka is likely the same from Ragers. You can see working in silence. They're crashing into potentially dangerous now because they see no other opportunity to get into the circle. And at the end of the day, if I'm on the edge, you might just want to sit there a bit longer. Let these crashes happen and then be the 3rd team to push. Now, working in silence, they've got themselves inside this compound. But the question is, do potentially dangerous push? And the answer is yes. They've got the 2 knocks, and Slabby is straight on that W key.
Slabby now with an opportunity, a 1v2. I mean, the rest of potentially dangerous actually opting to stay in there. I know that he wants to get these points in the flush, but it's dangerous going for that cross. Theras will fall to F. Dude, FCZ so far in this LCQ has been on fire.
Mud as a whole, this is so much better than how they played over the course of the previous weekend. And I feel like they've just done a massive favor to working in silence. Now, the blue zone will be thrown. Fana should get Souls back on his feet, but Slabby's getting knocked by the Outlaws, who are just a little further south than Dumpling. Here's that Ragers crash onto 55 that I thought was going to happen. HR will be the first to fall. Mince has now gone down as well. 55 holding their ground. But you gotta clean this up quickly. Don't take any casualties. Where 55? Where was this last weekend as well?
Yeah, I don't know. This is clinical. And even in the last game, they had set up a nice trap. If it wasn't for those 2 massive knocks coming from Penta, I mean, they are playing really well so far. And that was as quick as you like. I mean, in and out. They got rid of that team. Now they have full control of Gatka, and all 4 members still alive. Meanwhile, Elevate fighting for their lives as Emp now trying to hold the line against Orion.
And Orion pushing for these points as well. They're on 3. Amps will get sprayed down. Hazel confirms out his kill as well. As Orion playing as a 4, maybe that was the key all along. Having the extra player in the server certainly helps as they move up to 5 points on the day so far. Legacy trying to weave their way into the zone in and around Donkey Destroyers, Luna Galaxy. Rats keeping an eye on what's going on as well. This is rough though. This is so rough for all these teams, and I think Legacy, they've realized that points, getting kills, is their best chance of a high-scoring game now.
Yeah, but I mean, even for Legacy in that last game, as Cerberus just flattens Pat Caps, Legacy just seems to be in these almost chasing circles in these difficult positions. Now, grant you, the circles have been fairly difficult to play with Wild, but finally finding a foothold here of some sort as they're starting to dispatch the rest of the Donkey Destroyers. But man, they are still in a rough spot.
And Fana was able to find that kill as well as working in silence from a long ways away, picking up more points. Here come Rats floating this way down as well. They've read the kill feed. They know what's going on as Luna Galaxy will get eliminated, and now they turn their attention to Elevate. IQ will get one, the Spoon gets the other, down.
Talking about
Elevate,
the Spoon,
fall.
holy.
Oh, I'm telling you, this guy's not... Where's the suppressed M4, the Spoon? Where's the suppressed M4?
He did let you down after all, so it looks like he found a better option for the front of his AR, and that M4 is no longer suppressed. But even for Rats, they have a compound that's still somewhat in here, and they're actually looking for an opportunity to hold out 55, who now have to rotate in. Now, there are, mind you, some mounds and some dips and variants in the terrain there, enough for them to maybe LOS, but the north side is free for them for now. But I'm also looking at potentially dangerous to look for an angle or any sort of cutoff to that rotation coming from 55 in the north.
Yeah, well, they've left Teeny up there to keep an eye on what's going on. Everybody else is just moving a little bit closer towards Chopstick. Sneak, no car, long ways away, phase 5. So I highly doubt that Wuju 2 will be getting any more points. But you know what? 3 points, not the worst number in the world for them, considering what happened a little bit earlier. All right, you know, I've been impressed by Orion's aggression today as well. They're clearing up the edge. They've spotted out the rest of Legacy on the move. Hazel, come on, lead the bullets just a little bit better. No.
I agree 100% though. Orion just needs to be more aggressive in general, right? This is a playstyle that they need to adopt. They need to really start to kind of make their own. And the issue that they had even in group stages was they never even really had the chance to flex out, right? It's much better this way. And as you said, you know, having 4 players is much better than having 3. But now in this lobby specifically, I'm looking for Orion to flex out and really start to play their game. And as you said, be much more proactive.
Certainly helps when you don't have like TSM and Sonics in the lobby as well.
Sure.
You know, it definitely helps a little bit, but potentially dangerous. The spot they're on right now, it's pretty good. They're inside of, you know, the edge of Chopsticks, working in silence. Don't really want to push this way. They're keeping Techno having an eye to make sure that working inside or potentially dangerous don't push. But elsewise, they're going to keep their eyes a little bit further south towards Outlaws. Mutt, they've got sent, you know, as close to center circle as you're going to get at this phase in the game with this compound as well. And realistically, I feel like Mutt are pretty safe because it's a very open path to crash into them.
Yeah, not only are they going to be safe regardless of where the circle goes, at least for one shift, but yeah, getting into that compound, pushing it is wide in the open. Not only that, but they're not the only teams that would potentially have an angle on that. It'd be others as well, as Souls will flush himself, unfortunately, had a nade in his hand prime when he got knocked. And so look for the Outlaws to actually look for an angle on this one.
Oh, another great nade from Teeny. That's 2 on the bounce as Fana will fall now as well. Outlaws, they had the angle. You saw it. Gibble got the knock, but as it stands, potentially dangerous. They don't really want to slow down too much here. Glock's going to make sure that no push comes out from working in silence, but this is a big push for potentially Dangerous's game. Angle's being held, and Zito, though, who's popped up a lot of times in the kill feed already, spots out Theros, dips back into cover, and that'll slow down a Technosh. Oh! Brilliant aggression from Technosh. He pushes in, gets a couple of kills. Slabby can do absolutely nothing about it, and Technosh should be able to win this one.
And what a ballsy play that was. The flash came in perfectly. I believe it was from Technosh. It allowed his teammate there and Zito to get the initial knock, and then he just runs out of that bathroom like a bat out of hell and finds 2 at the perfect time. That was so well played by the duo from Working in Silence.
And the zone shift is a rough one. Gats with the arm in his hand will get the knock onto Gubin, who moved a little further in. Gubin, one of my favorite player names to say. Sertito was spotted out by Babbler, as that's another kill for Orion here, who move up to 5th place in the leaderboard with a few more points potentially able to grab. But look at Rats. This is what they're good at. They get the knock, They realize if you clear the space, it's great for your team. Come on, Finna. Good nade. Higuain down to 2 HP. Is the nade good enough? Yes, it is. It's actually, no, it's Finn gets the car destroyed, and Higuain is still on his feet.
Yeah, somehow still standing. The rest of 55 is outside of the circle, trying to provide some form of cover fire against the Rats. But the smoke's also covering those angles a little bit for them, as Kill Demo will find Finn. And now Gats has to slow it down.
This is nuts, because usually on Erangel, you don't get back-to-back games where you get this late, where the center of the circle is not where you want to be. This is 2 games in a row where center zone is essentially no man's land. Finna is going to get knocked as the kill feed lights up. Fana peeks in, almost gets the knock, but this is the push from working in silence. They've crashed in towards... They know that they can take a huge advantage, but look at that great predictive nade from FCZ. Takes down Fana and Teknosh. This is an awful rush towards the circle he has as well.
Yeah, he's just got to leave his teammate. There's no way he's going to get Fana up, and I don't even know if he's going to make it inside the circle. He might have enough smokes, but Mug, meanwhile, has found Gibble off in the distance, and Mutt, again, just playing very well. They've been in this position for a while now, but they had to fight for this. They were not given this position at all, and Rats now down to 2 members, Balefrost and Gats. Gats, though, with that and it's been singing. He's found a few knocks with it already.
Yeah, he's going to try to hold the push from 55, and Kildamo is going to vault out of the car, and he goes flying.
No.
Another knock for 55, and Gats knows he needs to flush this one if he wants the point. 5 kills now for Rats, and there you go. Gats will get the last one. 55 fall in 6th, and we have our top 5. And now it's our top 4 as Hazel finds another for Orion. It's a 4v3v3v1. Rats will be back up to a 4, so don't worry. And remember what I said about a no man's land in the center of the circle? Are we going to go back to like day 1 PUBG? We've got players without their backpack on, prone in the grass.
Just snakes in the grass. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the as you stated, the center of the circle is just barren. Not much to play. There is that little like dirt road, I guess, with some bushes here off to the side. But you have to imagine these teams are trying to save whatever smokes that they have available to them in order to make some form of cover as they move into this circle. But Mutt still holding strong. They have that compound on the east side. They don't have to move quite yet. In fact, I think a few of them are trying to get on the roofs here to find some angles as Rats, really the only 4-man team left, are still stranded on the very far west side of the circle.
Yeah, I think we're about to see the final moments of Teknosh in the server, as well as the blue zone will hit him. The hay bale is there, and I think this is a deny. I think at this point, Teknosh knows that there's nowhere else for him to go, so working in silence. You know what? Barring a massive finish from Rats, they might just find themselves in top spot at the end of this one. Elsewhere around the circle, Orion, they're focused on Rats now, so we're going to have an NA on NA battle on the other side.
Yeah, if working in silence, Teknosh probably denies here, and that's fine. They a great salvage game there from Teknosh and Zito as well, for them to take out a couple teams as they came in, and looks like Rats actually with an opportunity to spread quite far and wide on the north side, so taking a good chunk of the circle in their control. But yeah, as you stated, Gibbs, no one wants to be in the center of this one because it is so empty and there's really no cover at all. Teknosh, though, I believe he had like 8 first aids as he was making his way up here. So he is just really wasting a lot of Mutt's time as he goes to deny this point.
Yeah, but Mutt have nothing else to do either because they're not going to send for the circle. So why not try get your extra point? Like, you can see FCZ didn't have the nade that would have got the kill. So Teknosh falls. And now they focus in. Now this shift, as you can see, just about keeping them outside of the circle now. Despoon and Babbler are the only 2 players in the zone. And as you can see from Orion's POV, it's open terrain.
Yeah, it is very barren. As Orion now, I mean, they could wrap to the south a little bit. Maybe try to cut off the rotations here from Mutt. But Rats really have, as I said, created themselves a nice spread of control here, and sure, those rooftops are great for now, but I mean, Mutt has to move, and phase 8 blue, phase 7 is, I mean, it is not something to be trifled with, as they're going to have to start to move fast. The problem is, where do they go?
Yeah, 1 bullet left in the chamber for Gats, and he hits it, headshot on the Babbler, and Rats might just say the go signal. Gats has a nade, so he's smoking his way forward to get himself within arm throwing distance. of that nade, but is it going to be quick enough? Because it's an instant attempt at a res. Mutt turning their attention towards Orion now too, realizing that they're the ones that have suffered the knock. But what a knock by Finn. He could see nothing but head from FCZ. He hits another head onto to AMG, but he takes a headshot himself.
That animation, by the way, when they added that a little bit ago, when the helmet flies off, pops off, it's like one of my favorite additions to this game. It is so satisfying to just crack one of those things off. This Rat's now trying to take even more control of the circle, but they have to be careful now as Orion now have opted to actually backfill them and get a knock.
Oh, the nade gets the kill confirmed. It almost got Gats as well, but he's going to turn tail and throw smoke up because Rats can't get too aggressive on one fight, but never mind FCZ. Sprayed down. Trisk is going for the flank now towards Finna, who's got to be careful, but any one of these teams could take the win. Gats will take a little bit of damage from the blue as the jammer pack did save him quite a bit, but as he steps out into the open again, he's got to be so careful. Babbler will go down to the blue. Red Rider down now as well, with just one player up for Orion. Another great spray from Gats, and are Mutt attempting the hero res in the late game? Nope, never mind. It's all down to the solo Orion player here. It's Hazel's game, and you know what? Hazel hits one, but Rats get the win. 23 points for them. And this is what we mean. Mechanically, Rats can hang with anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm supremely impressed with the fact that they not only held off Mutt, but they also held off Orion after suffering a knock. And so that was, again, super impressive stuff coming out from the Rats. And as you stated, mechanically, Steve, these guys got it.
I mean, you talk about Rats, they came with the Gats, a big ol'
Error 404, Steve, not funny.
I was so excited I forgot to push the button. But no, you talked about the Rats, they came with the Gats, a big to be specific, and apparently Gats can hit anything he wants with that gun because it was obscene how many headshots he got. And then on top of that, I mean, that was like the 1-2 punch. Despoon was just absolutely just scooping heads out of those helmets and dumping them on the ground. I was blown away by them in that match. 11 kills between the two of them, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they absolutely popped off. I'm still really impressed with that push from Teknosh in that house. That, I mean, that was ballsy. That was a ballsy push, but yeah, I mean, look at that shot. Gats was just down to one on bullet, but the amount of damage that he did was chef's kiss.
There it is again. It's like Finn was hitting these 3 shots here. And you made that joke, I think it was last week, Gibson, about how like with the Dragunov, it's like what is it, 3 to 5 business days on your bullets, but like it doesn't seem to matter.
SKS.
Yeah. Okay, Dragunov, similar situation, slow bullet speed. He also seems to just understand that drop like he was born into the weapon. Let's take a look at the match results. 23 points go the way of the Rats. Orion, 12 points. Gentlemen, in one game, they got 2/3 of what they got in 12 games last week. So Orion really playing stellar. I'm excited to see some glimmers here, Gibson.
Yeah, and let's be real. Like, it is going to help that the lobby isn't as strong, but it also helps when you've got 4 players, because when you're down to 3, you're so limited with how you can play because you can't go for 2-2 splits. You can't get aggressive because you're fighting every single gunfight a man down already. So just having that 4th player opens up the playbook so much.
Wait, this lobby isn't as strong? That's crazy. Let's take a look at the fight for survival right now. The 16 teams who are playing and where they stand. Working in silence in first at 26 after 2 games. Rats looking good, friendly fire. Orion surprising some folks. And another team that you guys both seemed very happy with, and I'm going to just try to say it in its entirety, is Mil Ultimo Tito, which I can't say right, but I can tell you it translates into my last shot. Do you guys feel like if this truly is their last shot, they're doing it justice, Godspeed?
I think so far they're playing way better and much more proactive and aggressive than they did at almost any stage of group stages. So I am liking this change. I know Gibson was echoing that earlier. So yeah, if they can just keep this up, the consistency is really where I question, right? If they're still going in and they're doing this, and even though they're not winning games, they're finding, you know, a good amount of kill points and placements, then I'm fine with it. I like this change of play style, and more importantly, I like the fact that they're actually being proactive this time around.
Nice. I'm digging that. All right, on the opposite side, Gibson, Elevate or Wuju 2? Take your pick and tell me what are they doing? Like, what are they doing wrong? 6-3 is not what I expected from these teams after 2 games.
Wuju 2, I don't think they're doing anything wrong, really. You look at the situations they've got themselves in, like that last map, they were caught between 2 teams, you know, in the mid-game. It's not going to happen as often as it does, even in the map before. You know, they were unfortunately the meat filling in a 4-team sandwich. So I feel like they're taking good spots. It's just the rotations of the teams around them are catching them out a little. It's going to click for them eventually.
Well, we'll see if it clicks. Game 3 coming up in just a second. Change of maps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Howdy, ma'am.
That's a domination right there.
You got me, man.
Easily smart. You didn't even click. You didn't even press on. Oh, you got cooked. That's a quick turn. Oh! Oh!
You got me again, man.
Yeah.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Game 2 is done, and it's time for us to head into game number 3. We're going to finish with Orango. We're headed to Tego, and we're going to get the action switched up just a little bit. We'll see if the Donkey Destroyers end up getting in fights with anybody this time around, and we'll see if teams like Friendly Fire crisp up those rotations just a little bit. But if the first circle was different from the second circle, they were polar opposites, right, guys? We had one all the way in the military, one right in the middle. But Gibson brought this up. Both of them, when it came to the final circle, had jack all for our players to play with. This is old school, which is my style of PUBG. Taking off your backpack, dressing in a yellow outfit, and crawling through the bushes is my jam. But I don't feel like the players, this is their dream come true.
Definitely not. Both of those circles, as we talked about during the game, were barren and quite challenging to play. Even that last circle, I think by shift 4, Gibbs, it was like already most of the space that the teams wanted to occupy was pretty much just taken, and then the center was just completely empty. And so that Gatkin field is not as bad as, you know, something we see closer to like the Western Bridge, where those fields are, the South Pachinki fields are somewhat flat. Those one at least had variance in the elevations, so there was some form of cover. But yeah, both circles not ideal to play at the end game.
Not ideal, but you know, that's a wrangle. Now it's time to change up the maps. There are 12 games to play, and I think with the exception of maybe Wuju 2, most of the teams that we expected to sort of pull points out of those early games have done so. And honestly, you got a last-minute sub in Gibson. I expect Wuju 2 to maybe take a little while to get their feet under them in this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, if we're already we're at the halfway point of the night, I feel like game 1 was much better for them. They've just been unlucky with rotations. I think they will be fine as the night goes on. Just hope that this circle goes well for them in a little bit.
Now, the last thing I want to talk about before I go, Godspeed, you brought up working in silence again because we watched that fight, and it was just, honestly, Teknosh, Fana, and Zito, the way that they played that map, especially with how, like, this, honestly, the deck was stacked against them for so long, was really, really clean. Does this feel like an evolution of the team? Is this what you saw from them last week?
Yeah, this is a continuation, really, of what they were able to kind of do in the last week to find, obviously, some success. Now, granted, they didn't qualify, which is why they're here. But overall, again, the way that their macro works, the way that it almost reminds me of the way kind of that, Falcons or LG Oath back in the day would play, where they really took their time getting in a circle. If they weren't center, they would stalk a team and then pick the right window to strike. And so far, I've again just been super impressed with them, man. I really like this team. I really like the way that they take their fights too, especially when they're down to a duo like they were with Zito and Teknosh in that last game. I mean, they're still a threat and they're still dangerous, and they work well off of each other in those team fights in the micro situations. So I just really like this team. They were my, you asked me what team I thought was maybe like a wild card pick or something, but I think working in silence, they're looking good, man, and they should qualify. I think they really should qualify.
My Donkey Destroyers getting involved in these fights in the early stages, and this is where I was curious as to what they would do, because this is a team taking the Sonics drops. When I spoke to Sonics about this map in particular, they said it's as simple as this. You drop in terminal. If there's a team on the road north of you, you go up to the northeast and you take that second bridge. If there's not a team to the north of you, you go directly to the bridge. Donkey Destroyers, they just went for the kills because that's how they play.
It has, and I mean, and there's nothing wrong with this if it's the case, but it feels very much like some guys who've been playing a lot of pubs and really just enjoy playing were like, let's go out for LCQ or for qualifiers, which honestly, I wish we had more teams do come out and just be like, hey, it's time to play some group stages. And that, obviously this roster is incredibly strong when you talk about paper and experience, Godspeed. It just, I mean, to me, they feel it out of practice.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, Pat's retired like 2 or 3 times. I don't remember exactly how many times
I gave
he's
up
retired
making
and come
memes
back.
after the third time, so no, it's been a while.
And I love Pat. He was probably one of the players I was closest to back in the day, so I know Pat well. But yeah, so it could just be that, and there's always going to be teams like that with an opportunity, especially players who still somewhat play the game and play pubs. They're always going to have that inherent skill to come back and make a surprise qualification. But at this point, also, I feel like the main factor here is that Donkey Destroyers just feel comfortable in this lobby, right? It's not as stacked. They have room to work with. They know that they can kind of bully some of the teams here, and so I think that's really just been the case for them.
They're just going out there, bully around, have a good time. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to have a good time. Teams are crossing the river. The circle is on the north. It's match 3. It's Tego. It's the LCQ. It's Godspeed and Gibson.
And this is the thing. I really hope the zone shifts south because I'm an agent of chaos, and it would just be crazy if all these teams that jump the gun and go north suddenly have to turn tail and make their way back. But you spoke about, Pat Caps in particular and the aggression. Do you remember how aggressive the old Spicy Fish roster was when you had Pat Caps, Uncivil, Silers was on the team as well?
Yeah.
That was that team was a menace as well.
I mean, if you want another throwback, I remember all the way back when he was on God Squad, right? Which was like a bolter's paradise. I mean, some of the best bolters came from that team. And so, yeah, I mean, especially Spicy Fish with, as you said, Uncivil on that team as well. A lot of experience. They were super aggressive. And I remember their very first event. I mean, they started off hot. They were the talk of the town. So a lot of experience, a lot of aggression, especially coming from this roster. You also have like Tumas on that roster, and yeah, it's a fun roster to watch, and I hope they qualify. I can't see why they wouldn't, even though they're currently sitting in 9th place with 8 points. But hey, they still have a good amount of games to go.
Yeah, and the top 3 teams are all in the 20s as well, which certainly helps when it's not one team sponging up a lot of the points. You've got like 2 or 3 getting a lot, which keeps everybody else that little bit closer. General Lee has got to be careful because he's hit the tree, and yeah, there's an 8. Wuju too. This should be a point. Like if there you go. Nordskip confirms it out. And this is one thing I do want to point out. You lose Seifu. Seifu was the tip of the spear for Wuzhu 2. He was the aggressor in a lot of the fights. Nordskiff is a good aggressive player, but he's not the same type. Like, you're seeing Cowboy being a bit more aggressive in the absence of Seifu this weekend.
Yeah, and you have to imagine the dynamics of the team have changed slightly as well with what you just said, right? And Seifu is a very good player and someone who opened up a lot of opportunities for that team. Nordskiff, again, is no slouch, but yeah, it's just a different dynamic. And so I think that's also something that they've been trying to get used to. As you said, Cowboy trying to make some sort of inroads as well in that aspect.
Now we've got Friendly Fire setting up a bit of a bridge camp here on the other side, and they know the teams are going to come this way. 55 working in silence most likely will take this path. Now, if you're working in silence, you're probably not going to see 55 take the high road. But I like the fact that Friendly Fire have got the 2-2 split, 2 above, 2 below. So they're going to put damage into any team that comes across.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's probably the best way to camp these bridges, right? Because there are options as far as how you get across. But even just looking at this, Kill Demo. He's got to be careful here. He's just going to abandon that UAZ completely, and here come Friendly Fire. They realize they have someone on the ropes, and Michael will find the knock.
Michael, one of my favorite players from Europe. Honestly, I love the guy. He subbed in for VP recently in a tournament, and they didn't miss a beat. They did not miss a beat at all, and I love... Oh, this is so bad for 55.
Oh,
Psycho
no!
turns around, and he's got Enzido from working in silence looking this way as well. Where do you go?
This is so unfortunate. Gubin will find one. It doesn't matter. Could you imagine just getting closed off at the back? Back up, boys. Back up. No, go forward. Go forward.
Oh, that was worse. Like, their only way of getting out of that was to hop over the bridge, and even then, you're not getting that. So they were doomed. The minute that they stopped on the bridge, they were doomed.
You can't even fault them for that either. That is the timing on working songs coming in the back and then just getting camped. That's just one of those games where you're like, you know what? GG, go next. I mean, it is what it is.
I don't know what the Portuguese or Spanish for some swear words are, but I bet you they were saying them at that point. Cerberus dancing around the smoke in a 1v1 with Curry at the minute. He will step inside. Donkey Destroyers trying to get themselves across that bridge as things stand, but as you can see, the smoke ain't dissipating anytime soon. Hasten from Bonje de Gallo will find Pat Caps, which was not on the script for this gunfight at all, and Gibble confirms out Pat Caps, so Donkey Destroyers losing numbers here in the early game.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem when you have a team that is so aggressive, right? With Donkey Destroyers trying to take these fights. Sometimes they can get away from you. As Cerberus now half health. Tumas really the only healthy one, and he's not even in this fight. If you really look, he's actually holding an angle, trying to be an anchor point for Donkey Destroyers, and now Cerberus is just stranded all on his own, and good on the Outlaws to turn this fight around in their favor. As you said, this was not in the script.
Oh, and Outlaws, they want to clean this up quickly too. Cerberus will step up, though. I think he's realized that aggression is the key. Curry, though, hears the footsteps, knows exactly where he is, and will confirm that knock. And the kill, Tuamas trying to get some instant revenge, but Outlaws, they lose too, but they're getting points on the board. And I was talking, with some people the last day. You kind of said, like, what, three, four, oh, that's rough, but 3-4 points for a player's life, you'll take that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're wiping a team and you lose one, you'll take those 4 points for the one all day. In a perfect world, you won't lose anyone, but yeah, I think that's worth it. If you wipe a full team, you only lose one. 4 points for one all day. 3, questionable. But the 4, the full wipe, yeah. It's a good situation.
Yeah. I think, though, Outlaws will need a little bit of help from the zone now at this point, because Bonje de Gallo are to the north. You can see that these bridge crossings are going to be that little bit more difficult if it does go that way. Meanwhile, potentially dangerous. One of my picks to qualify through to the next round. They've not really got going as quickly as I expected. 7 points on the board, but they've certainly got a good chance with a circle.
Yeah, they have a good chance with the circle, but they need to kind of touch down here and figure out where they want to play, because they're on the side of this hill, this mountain, I should say, and they're still circling and they're still trying to rotate around Luna Galaxy, and they're actually just going to go for a crash right below them in Yangchuan. So They will find something for the time being, and they can work with this, but look at Mutt right on their heels.
Yeah, and this Shaq's a good position, I think, to play for now, because you can get out of here. Like, the problems kind of arise if you go deeper into Yongchon, where at that point getting out of it can be a bit more problematic. Friendly fire, they've parked up. Right, they've done. This is what I like. So they've called the E-pickup, and this one should be here around the time the zone pops. So I think this is very clever from Falcons. And even if they don't use it, they might send one player up to be a kind of a UAV.
Yeah, I was going to say that the problem with this, even if they, I mean, I agree the timing is good, but where do you go? I mean, if all 4 players take this, I mean, there's really not much to play unless they're able to realize that the North Mountain is actually clear, aside from one team up there being in an Orion. I mean, they actually have a decent spot to rotate north or south from, depending on what the circle does. So we'll see if they're actually just going to send up a UAV or if they're really going to commit to 4 people on that E-pickup.
Yeah, Mutt on the move once more as their quest for a home continues. They'll move towards Yongchon, where we know that Certito are currently in situ, working in silence. They're E-pickuping into the zone now as well. And looks like Shinboy has gone up in the air, so he is going to be that kind of forward scout. That UAV, he's gone up, and he'll come straight back down again. So it's just information gathering, but Mutt make their way into the circle. The question is, if this shifts violently away from Yongchon, how difficult will getting out be at that point?
I was going to say, a lot of teams, this is probably the most teams I've ever seen in Yongchon this early without it being the absolute endgame situation, as Michael has... Oh, I think they scouted this. Shinboy wasn't able to see any of the rats in the buildings. And so that is Michael giving his life away for free.
Yeah, Shinboy probably went, yeah, Michael looks clear. And Michael's like, okay,
yep,
I'll go get it.
Yep.
And then he's going to go, Shinboy, you said that was clear.
There might be some words exchanged here. Michael definitely a little frustrated on that one. And I mean, you can't really blame Shinboy. I mean, I believe they also had the vehicles in the warehouses themselves. So that's a bit of a feels bad, man.
I feel like Michael's too polite to say anything anyway. He's like,
Michael's
it's okay.
great.
Yeah, we'll move on. But what about that shift? Because look how much water is still in play.
That's gross.
This has to go towards Yongchon and that field where Legacy are playing.
Yep, and so now for the teams that are on the outside, like Orion, Rats now have to make a difficult decision. Do they actually want to just try to crash the West Side warehouse that we currently see working in silence in, or are they just going to go for something else? I mean, for the time being, Wujitu can kind of sit on that East Bridge and kind of take their time, but as you can see, Sneak Attack starting to make his way up because they know that they're most likely going to have to move in the next shift. And then you have the last members of Donkey Destroyers, Tomas, just kind of sitting down there, just chilling. His friendly fire is going to run into the Rats, and Gats will go down.
Yeah, another kill on the board for Friendly Fire, who did lose Michael on that unfortunate crash a little bit earlier, but they've got to make their way into the circle. And you look at their path in, working in silence should take shots at them. Bonje to Gaio are in their path. You can see Outlaws making their way in there. This is a very dangerous spot. Now, they don't know this, but that compound just to the north of potentially dangerous is clear. But you don't crash it because you're going to assume it's taken.
Yeah, I mean, Luna Galaxy was in that position, but they opted to actually rotate out a little further into the north to get a much more central position. But yeah, if you're one of the teams that's coming into this, you're like, there's no way that that's not taken, right? As Haste 10 is trying to put some damage here out onto Friendly Fire, but they're actually going to get in safe. That is the best case scenario for Friendly Fire.
Yeah, Bonje to Gaia with 1 point through 3.5 maps at this point. Their first point finally coming as Birkin is able to get off the board. But you expect more from a team that has experience playing in PAS. You know, we had them in the previous one earlier on this year. But I feel like they might be okay to get a few more points in this game. Like you can see Rats coming in. They're going to try to get anything off these drops in the circle. Legacy, they spot out Elevate. Another team that's not really got going yet.
Yeah, Elevate's been struggling. I mean, they've been caught in these situations where they're just either chasing circle or they've gotten sandwiched actually in the last couple of games. So I think they're trying to play edge, maybe try to mitigate that situation from happening a third time. But Orion is knocking on their doorstep just there to the north side. And you also have one member of Ragers who just happens to also be waiting to cause some chaos now, is Legacy. Been here for quite a bit. They have one kill, but they're very comfortable with their position.
Legacy as well, another team that are really happy with where they're spotted right now. You know, a team that we both think should qualify easily. They've not really had that explosive game this PAS yet that we know they can. Rats on the way back towards the drop again as they've got a little bit too close to Outlaws, but the zone shift comes and it goes exactly where we expected. So Luna, that early move works out beautifully for them, but LATAM teams definitely have a huge advantage in this circle.
Yeah, so Tito, Luna, I mean, Legacy, we just talked about them. I mean, Friendly Fire is, I'd say, potentially dangerous. The only teams that kind of are on the outlier of the city, and I don't think I've ever seen a Yongchan ending, so I do hope this actually shifts south. I'd love to see just an old school, but a new school city ending. We'll go with that.
Yeah, 100%. Orion, they're sitting pretty in 4th place right now, but Babbler will probably bleed out. Now you've lost Hazel too, but I'm struggling. They've not got a lot of options for rotates into the circle here either. Or is RJ going for Babbler? He's ticking down. Oh, he's got a few seconds to get there, and he's going for. Is he going to get there? Oh, the healing hands. There we go. No. Empty just ruined it.
No, get back on him.
Empty
the
just ruined
smoke.
it.
No.
Oh,
No, and he goes down.
You know what? I'm okay with it. He tried. He did his best.
Yeah, I respect the just going for that player trying to save him so that they have maybe a more advantageous aggressive crash, right? But it was just a little disjointed now as Elevate still with Company Man, who has been their anchor, it looks like, in most of these fights, in most of these situations. Company Man is usually one that will stay in the better position and allow the other 3 members to go forward. As you see the rest of Elevate actually flexing aggressively towards the north.
Yeah, I think Elevate are lucky to have Company Man being in the server because he is such an experienced coach that he can coach in game. Like, for people who may be new to PUBG Esports, the only time you can talk to your coach is between maps or at the end of the day. So having someone like Company Man be able to communicate with the team all day long, it should be a boon for them, particularly when Company Man's technically one of the better players that we've seen coach as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Best coach player. Tell me, who do you think's the best? Wooly's got to be up there.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say at this point just because it's been so long since, you know, like Wooly's competed. Well, I'd say internationally one of the best coaches, probably Kowo. Kowo is still really solid, man.
Yeah. You know that Wooly still
frag.
competes. He plays in the Nordic League. And he's like a cult hero in that Nordic League as well.
Wooly's great. Don't get me wrong. Wooly. I love Wooly, but I'm just saying, like, as far as like still raw mechanical skill and talent, I'd probably say Kowo, man. Kid's really good.
But Kowo's a cheat code though, because he can cast, he can observe, he can coach, he can play. Like, he needs to. Like,
very talented individual.
He's taken all the skill points. Like, where's my skill points? Kowo, it's not fair.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I gotta knock him down a peg. He's good at everything, but is he truly great at one thing? Probably. He probably is. He's probably great at everything.
Yeah, he's one of the best observers we've ever had as well. Sparking says Hiruzen as well. Like, there's another player coach that's
Hiruzen.
pretty
Yeah,
nuts.
absolutely. Hiruzen is still very good as well. I mean, a lot of the coaches, man, are former great or still in some capacity, as you said with Wooly, like still play. So awesome coaches out there. Bonjay and Guy will have to make their way in, though.
Yeah, Bonjay, they've got the wall, right? The compound they're on. If they can just get to the wall and hope for the best. Luna, they don't have to go anywhere. Working in silence, I think, are only now realizing that compound on the other side of the road is completely clear. Legacy will have to move at some point, but Elevate, you know, you and I have played a lot on this map. This is like, you get angles onto the windows and wall and roof of this compound that Luna are in, but at some point, Elevate are going to have to send, go for that full send because there's nothing else really free. Here it goes. It's coming. It's happening.
It has to happen now as well. The faster they do this, the more room they have to work with later, but they're going to have to get rid of Luna first, as Company Man will be the first to fall, and it's starting to fall apart here for Elevate.
Both peeking up. Now, Elevate do have the benefit of the high ground. Luna are not going to sit inside the compound and wait for the battle to happen. So Posa, good understanding of the terrain, is going to smoke off towards their left so they can focus fully forward. You could hear the MG going off a little bit further south of this one, but I don't think that Elevate were ready for Luna to actually be outside of the compound. I don't think that they were ready for that event, but that possibility. And here's a mortar strike. It's going the other way. No, put it on top of the fight.
Yeah, this would have been a perfect opportunity for that mortar strike as Elevate in the open. Haven actually has been knocked. So this opens a window here, especially because Elevate was able to recover there. Vinny has to go, I was going to say, he has to be huge here as an anchor if he's holding off that right angle, but it looks like he's getting shot in the back as well. So a reprieve has been found for Elevate here, but what are they going to do with it? Are they actually just opting to crash somewhere else?
Oh yeah, so let's go from one of the top LATAM teams and go towards one of the other ones in Legacy. Yeah, they're, you know what, I respect, it's fine. This choice is okay with me. But Sortito were the next targets, and you're going in there, taking a lot of damage. Now they're going to land right inside the square. Laucha is going to fall, but it's all down to IQ. 1 HP and a dream. Now he does have a little bit of cover to go for the first aid, but Laucha will be spreading the information about IQ being here, so IQ needs to get that knock. Blue zone thrown as well. IQ will fall. Sortito, they lose 1, but they do get plenty of points on the board off of that one. And again, for Elevate, they went for the Hail Mary. It was all that was on, and you can't get mad at them for that because there literally was no other choice.
I mean, I'm not mad at them, but at the same time, they at least knew that they were up against one team. They had a situation in front of them they could somewhat control. Their option to just send, I mean, they had no idea what was going in, so that could have been even 2 teams shooting at them. So either way, stuck between a rock and a hard place. They went for the play, they tried to make it work, and it didn't. Sortito, good on them. That blue zone grenade was actually thrown, and it bounced back at the house from Sortito, so they unintentionally flushed one of their teammates out. But yeah, for the time being, they're at least 2 up, and they're in arguably one of the best positions in the circle, so we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah, look at your mini map in the bottom right, by the way. We've got the great wall of drops all the way out of Yongchon. There's so many. 2 drops landing right beside each other. Wuju 2, spotter. Oh, Page almost taken down by Plants. He was lining up the K9 or the Mosin shot to try get out. Oh, that nade.
Oh, that was such a sick nade if that door was open. Holy.
If anybody knows how to use doors to their advantage, it has to be Page with the amount of time he spent with Pixel.
I miss Pixel in our region. He was fun to watch as Page now cook into that blue zone. He's going to have to get out of that building, and he still has a teammate in Penta. They're still stranded on the outside of the circle on the south side as Wuju 2 now trying to hold out the rest of Bonja de Gaio. Looks like Birkin, the last one alive. Oh, where's that blue zone going?
Honestly, throw it, you don't know where it's going to bounce to. Those things are nuts with the way they go. We see another door preventing a nade from going inside, but the blue zone is on its way. Trisk got Page just to his left, so he's going to close the gap. Page down to just 30 HP with 1 first aid left. Trisk will spot out Page, and now he's going to make his way forward, but Slabby from potentially dangerous will catch out Trisk, and that's surely an unresable one as well, so that point should be confirmed. Plants keeping an eye for Penta, but you know, it's urban warfare. It's building to building. You got to clear everything in your path, and for Penta, you know what? If he can stay left, he might avoid running into potentially dangerous, but I think that Mutt have a better move into the circle.
Yeah, it's possibly, but Penta, as you see, is at least picking up some meds first aid here, so he has an option, but nope, that's great for him. He'll eliminate a team. Get another point for friendly fire. Is 3 points on the board. As you said, maybe if he sticks to the west side, but it's rough, especially the way the Wuju 2, as well as potentially dangerous, have set up for this one. And nope, it's going to be Cowboy that finds them and puts friendly fire out.
Yeah, Wuju 2 now more than doubling their point tally from the previous 2 games. The zone shift goes out of Yongchon, so Luna Galaxy are really loving life right now. I feel like Legacy have been maybe hurt a little bit by that shift when you think about playable areas. Working in silence, they're pretty happy, but what, we got 4 teams now still inside of Yongchon that need to migrate towards the north. And honestly, Wuju too, and potentially dangerous. They've got the better numbers. Sortito got to be careful.
Yeah, Sortito is just stuck now to a duo, and at the least, I mean, Legacy can play the Ridge underneath Luna, but the problem is that they're going to be so exposed to a team like Working in Silence that'll have angles on that, so if they don't have enough smokes, that's going to be a problem. But really, I think my eyes, again, are going to Sortito. As he stated, as a duo, it's going to be difficult to hold this unless Wuju 2 and potentially Dangerous do enough damage to each other. There's a chance here for Sortito to come out on top, but here comes the push. Sneak attack coming in, they've got smoke, and they're ready to go.
Ragers with one alive as well. Let's not rule out HR of making a play in the back of this one. Wuju 2 attempting to get the high ground to get a better lay of the land, and oh no, this could be right, Cowboy,
where did that go?
On top of themselves. That's what happens when you throw a nade at your own mate's booty.
It's a lot of cake right there too. So it looks like Legacy have opted to take indeed that Ridge underneath Luna, and for the time being they're going to be okay. No one is really looking at them, but you can also see the haste at which Luna is trying to potentially find them and get rid of them. But Sneak Attack actually, and now, yep, this was the problem with that Ridge. If they didn't have enough smokes, then Sneak Attack will find Robert.
Sneak with a beautiful angle. Ragers fall. Sortito fall. We're down to 5 teams left alive. Legacy have been torn asunder on the edge of the circle as well, with Gizera the last player standing. But what a player Gizera is on his day. But another big battle for the South is about to kick off. Wuju 2 down to just Monster and Sneak have potentially Dangerous to their left, and potentially Dangerous are working their way up towards that wall on the barrier of Yongchan. But yeah, Gizera, look at Gizera. Like, where can he go? He is under so much fire from Working in Silence.
Yeah, he's getting pelted right now. As you gotta imagine Luna also trying to look for him as well. They're getting shots taken at them from potentially Dangerous, so that's kind of stopping them from getting a little more active on this one. But still, just such a strong position. Working in Silence still as well, holding that west side compound, just licking their lips, getting ready to feast on the last couple teams coming out of Yongchan.
Oh, look at that. 3 different players finding damage onto Theros, who's going to fall back just a little bit. They're up to 3 now, but as you can see, they've got a bit of something to play. But Wuju 2 Monster is closing the gap. They know that they've got to take this fight, and they want to take it on their own terms. Nades being prepped. One good nade could turn the tide of this battle for the South, and that nade, it is a good one. It's going to split the difference, though. Not going to find any damage onto either player. That nade bounces a little too far as well, but Wuju 2 realizing they are the ones that have to take the fight to potentially Dangerous, so they're creating the smoke wall to work their way in.
Yep, there's a window here that PD is trying to exploit, where they have a small amount of time to try to stop Wuju 2's push, especially now that it's just a duo. Glockmofo is prone, so he's still throwing utility flashes as well abound, trying to stop and slow down, or at least give the rest of his team an angle here to get rid of Working Wuju 2, and they need to get this done as quickly as possible, so one will fall. If they can find the next, they might be able to think about what their next play is going to be into the circle, and that's a big nade.
Zone's right there too. Sneak attack will get picked out by Luna Galaxy, by the way, as we're down to your final 4. It's a 4v4 v 3v1, potentially Dangerous. They've got the South almost to themselves now. That's a tiny gap. Like, Haven, you're literally trying to fire that through a gap just wide enough. And, oh, Gizera. Haven knows Gizera's got to be close, but he seems a bit more focused on the smoke.
Yeah, Gizera somehow, some way still alive, Gibson. I don't know if they lost track of him, but Working in Silence also did have an angle. I mean, they were the ones initially just doing most of the damage there to Legacy, but now that we're in this position, I mean, Gizera actually the closest one to center, and if they lose track of him, if Luna's not able to find him, he can have a huge impact on this game, especially if he backstabs Luna. No. But the vehicle gets pushed into Kraken.
Oh, Gizera does get caught out, and Zito, who has just been on fire today so far, confirms that kill. And you know what, for potentially Dangerous, they might not get many more points, but they get 1 off the placement point extra from there. Blue zone at their backs, headshot found onto Haven. All of a sudden, Working in Silence find themselves in an incredible position to take this win. Vinny's going to send it directly into the center of the circle. Teeny isn't able to get that knock on the side. Posa goes down to the blue. Luna Galaxy, it's all gone Pete Tong. It's all gone wrong. and it's going to be a massive fight between Working in Silence and PD for the win.
Yeah, Potentially Dangerous has been playing this so well. They've been playing patient, not overextending, trying to cross the road too early, making sure they can do a lot of damage to Luna, and they just eviscerate the team of Working in Silence, and just like that, they have taken the game with 9 well-earned kills.
That is a big game. And this is what I love about day 1 of LCQs, because the previous, the start of that map, we were talking about how they hadn't really got going yet, that I expected so much more. One good game, and you're right back up near the top of the lobby. Yeah, look at this. Michael with a great knock, but 55. You just gotta feel so bad for them.
I think if you go to Jimmy John's, the number 55 is a bridge sandwich. And it definitely was served up. It was gross. It was unfortunate. But what I loved was how we got to this end game. The other 2 maps were kind of like mediocre end games, a lot of tough spots, hoping to shift. This one was all about like big sends, tough rotations, and we saw Elevate. You can't take it away from them. They crash into this little pit. They're trying to buy some space. So Tito very happy to walk away with some points, but I don't think you can really like hit Elevate too hard for making that play. By the same token, we saw Wuju2 finish off friendly fire, and then we got to see them in a really fascinating sort of endgame fight against Potentially Dangerous that opened the door for PD to come out with the win, and I loved the way that they played that fight. It ultimately ended up with them coming up over here to the road to sort of play against this Luna push, and honestly, I didn't think they were going to win that Godspeed. I thought Potentially Dangerous played one heck of a game there against Wuju2. The patience, the positioning, but to come out with the win after that, after they limped out of that, that was shocking.
Yeah, I mean, they took the fight immediately to Working in Silence, and fortunately, Working in Silence was working on Luna Galaxy, kind of weakening them. But yeah, the way that they played that, I was saying it just before that crazy explosive endgame, that Potentially Dangerous came out of that city of Yangshan doing pretty much exactly what they needed to do. They slow rolled it at the end, and then when they had to take the last fight against the team coming out of Yangshan, they did it as quickly as possible. And then they worked with what they had, and I mean, it was beautiful, man. That was really well done from Potentially Dangerous.
They worked that tiny pit, and they also like waited on the utility. They made Wuju2 throw all theirs first because of the position, then they used the blue to make their utilities 12 times more powerful. It was really impressive, Gibson, to see them sort of play that game out. But what's impressive to me right now is the last chance leaders Working in Silence, Potentially Dangerous, dominating up there, but a big glow up for Wuju2, who was on the right side of that board in the last game. Any other big moves or slow movers that you're kind of surprised by, Gibbs?
Still think that I feel like I want more from Elevate. Like, they're on 6 points, and they've only got kill points. A team like Elevate should be in the placement points. It doesn't matter what the lobby is. The experience they have, they need to make a big jump going into the rest of this weekend.
I like that. Okay, so I'll tell you what. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Elevate with our new feature, Gibbs on Elevate, and what they need to do to progress. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. It's a new segment I'm creating for you, Gibson. You're going to love it. Gibbs on just about anything. We'll be back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Sharpshot 4K from Team Bestia. Tip I'm going to be bringing you today: always make sure your gun is in slot, AR is in slot 2, and your DMR in slot 1. The reason for that being, see right here, DMR is in slot 2, where my AR should be. It's poking through the wall. Shacks and other buildings. Players will realize that if you're riding in a shack. Now here I swapped out my gun. I put my AR in slot 2, my DMR in slot 1. And right there. Wait a second. Right there, you can't see it.
Salve, rapaziada, Vegas da Alex aqui. Hoje estou aqui para mostrar para vocês uma dica bastante legal aqui em Rondo, que é o vault cooperativo, e dependendo da construção dá para tirar bastante proveito disso. Vou mostrar para vocês aqui agora na prática. O legal dessa mecânica é que você consegue subir em construções e ainda puxar o amigo. Então consegue ficar os dois lá, para se caso toma knock, dá para restar tranquilo de boa. E é isso, a dica foi essa, até a próxima.
Salve galera, eu sou o Poça. jogador da Luna Galaxy, e hoje eu tô aqui em Rondo para dar algumas dicas. A primeira é o uso do cover de emergência, e muita galera passa despercebido por ele e não dá muita bola, só que ele é essencial em situações difíceis como essa aqui que eu tô numa negativa e eu preciso de cover. A gente não vai ter, por exemplo, vai ter um carro no máximo, a gente precisa de cover, ele é essencial para essas situações. Então, sempre que passar por um, leva, porque ele pode ser essencial, principalmente em situações difíceis, para tentar aquelas colocações a mais, uns minutinhos a mais, sempre vale a pena. Outra dica é sobre o carro elétrico e o quão bom ele é para tanto ofensivamente quanto defensivamente. Esse aqui é um exemplo que é um dos melhores carros para cover. Agora, ofensivamente, ele é um ótimo carro para dar engage no compound por conta do barulho ser muito stealth e conseguir fazer o engage facilmente.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Game 3 is done, and it's time to run over to our next map in just a couple of seconds. We're only about a minute away from Game 4 getting underway. But when we left, I said I was going to come back here with Gibson and Godspeed. My name's Toffees, by the way. And I was going to create a new segment that Gibson can run with the rest of his life. And it's called Gibbs on Just About Anything. So Gibbs, I want Gibbs on Elevate. What can they do to get back in this?
Well, what they can do is start winning their ones. They've not been winning that opening engagement on gunfights. I think when you look at the map and how they're rotating, they're not necessarily doing anything wrong on the rotates. It's just when it comes to getting that opening knock that allows them to take on an engagement, they've just not been getting it. And it's so important to give yourself a window of opportunity. They've not found it yet, but Godspeed will tell you, getting the macro down can sometimes be the hardest part. The fact that I think that they are rotating relatively well, not brilliantly, but relatively well, they've got a chance.
Especially in this lobby, right? But I do like that idea of that opening kill has a knock-on effect to the rest of the fight and sort of gives you that momentum you need. So maybe that's what Elevate. I thought you were going to just say start winning. Like that was your hard-hitting analysis, was just Elevate, start winning. But you're right, get those early fights. Now here is a very different map, Godspeed. Every other map we've got doesn't, even Miramar to me, doesn't feel as big as Rondo does.
Right. Well, because it's not. I mean, the amount of playable, the amount of playable area in Rondo compared to any of our other 8x8s, it's much bigger because usually you have dead zones.
Right.
You have Erangel, which is surrounded by water everywhere. Even Miramar has the unplayable ridges. Like this is pretty much all playable area. There's very little water. And it's a fun map. I mean, it's a good map. Again, a lot of the players like the terrain overall, but there still are issues. There's still a lot of very open areas, and some rotations can still be difficult. So it's just really about where the circle is, because there's so many different scenarios you can be in. There's not many cities, as you can see, and it's mostly always coming down to terrain when it comes to Rondo.
That's interesting because, you just brought this up a second ago. Macro is important, but I'm actually going to turn it over to you. It looks like we got our first hot drop of the day. Gentlemen, let's get into it.
It's about time. I've been waiting all night for this, and it's going to be Mutt against Outlaws. And this is a hot drop that we actually saw, not between these two teams, but between other teams over the course of the previous weekend. Mayran. Like, since when was Mayran a hot droppable spot?
I guess it is now. Is Outlaws now will be contesting with Mutt, and that JS9 is a very disgusting little gun. That SMG is deadly. 9mm, and it melts, let me tell you, Gibbs.
It still does, and it's not as good as it was when it was first added to the game as well, but it's still a weapon of choice on a map like this. Now, this is a fight. Because the two teams have dropped so close to each other as well, I actually love what Mutt have done, because Outlaws dropped to the south. Mutt have closed them off with the hot drop, meaning that they're not going to get all the loot they want, and as they try to move into the town, Mutt have kind of choked them out. This is such a good, aggressive hot drop from Mutt.
Yeah. Again, Mutt has been playing so much more aggressive and proactive through this event. I mean, they're currently sitting in 8th, sure, but just overall, their playstyle has seemed to evolve. It looks like they've taken things and at least tried to be a much more active team in general from what we saw from them in the last week. So I do like this a lot. Trapping the Outlaws is a great option for them because they can still have people loot in the background, and then they can also have a couple members just kind of looking forward, as Gibble has a crossbow, by the way.
This is the problem. Because they've been essentially choked out in the early stages, like, you've got Nick with an M24 or an M24 with a 2-time scope because they've got so little loot. MUT, they've got great chance, one player can hold the line, the other one loots, then they can switch places to make sure that everybody's got... Yeah, well, who cares?
Oh, no way!
Yep, night, Trusk, you should get flushed. You get knocked by a crossbow, you deserve to get flushed. And look at Outlaws have the bike to prevent the door from being pushed as well.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen a crossbow knock in our region. That was... What a shot, man. What a shot. And that's got to feel awful if you're on the receiving end of that. Like, I just got knocked by... Oh, that was a crossbow.
Mm-hmm. That's like one of those challenges you do with your friends the other night. Like, oh, let's have a crossbow game, guys. And we're seeing it here.
Yeah.
But you know what? In the early game, in a hot drop, the crossbow's not the worst thing to have because you just got to hit one shot. Like, you know what I mean? It's a simple hit one shot, you've got a knock.
So Outlaws here, how are they gonna aggress though? They found the knock, but weren't able to really do much with it. Nick, come on. Oh, that was a nice attempt. I actually thought he was gonna hit that shot.
Yeah, I just love it though. I always want to see a headshot, but look at the problem Nick has. No first aids, level 1 helmet, no smokes. Like, Nick is essentially in trouble. If you're Outlaws, I think Gump is the one that's making the right move because that water, there's a little wall around it that gives you just enough cover. If you can get into that little canal, you can work your way around, but the problem is you got to expose yourself for a second to do it.
And not only that, but Mutt is set up in a way that they can see that cross, right? Which is exactly what you're talking about. And so they do have an option. I mean, if they can make it across, they can find a smoke. If any of these players could find one smoke, they can start to open up an option to rotate down to the south. But so far, Mutt doing a decent job here of kind of containing them. But also, how long are they actually going to take to do this? When are they going to find any aggression? Are they just going to back off, or do they actually still try to hold the Outlaws here when they do have the advantage in gear? That's really the question here, Gibbs.
The only thing that I think's done these teams a favor is that circle. Like, nobody's going to rotate. Nobody's really going to rotate into this fight for another few minutes. So they've got the time and space they need for this gunfight. But at the same time, the longer this goes on, the more you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. And look at this. Gump actually has, and Nick, I think, have found a little bit of space to work with.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. The fortunate part is that they're in the circle, but I mean, yeah, realistically, how long are they going to take? Especially because the spot in their circle, especially if this shifts up towards the north and it keeps them in, you're going to have other teams starting to listen in and look in for an opportunity here. Gibble's going to take damage from 2 separate members now as he's got to be careful to re-peek this window. He's got the crossbow out again. Can he find another knock to open this one up as nades and flashes going on around? And another problem is he doesn't even have a helmet, Gibson.
Yeah, but Nick with some brilliant covering fire with the M24 gets a knock to buy just enough space for Gibble to reposition. Now T-Plants can't really step back, and FCZ will get the knock, and then T-Plants will double down. Mutt now starting to really dominate Outlaws. So even after sustaining that knock, they stayed aggressive. Gump now is the last player all the way back, and Mutt clean this up quickly. Get aggressive. Look, you've got a level 2 helmet. You've got a level 2 vest. You know you've got a better situation than Gump. He's down to 1 HP. Oh, go on. You got to clean these out quickly.
Yeah, and this should be all but surgical at this point. It's just one member left. They're going to find it, and Mutt played that about as perfect as you can. Aside from eating that first knock from the crossbow, they're going to clean up and corner the Outlaws beautifully.
Echo on the gunshots. But I always like looking at mindsets on hot drops as well. Like, I know that it took a lot of time to clear out, but it always seems on a hot drop you've got one team playing on the defensive, one playing on the offensive, and the fact, again, we spoke about before, that Mutt closed and boxed out Outlaws tells you that they're the team that really wanted to win that hot drop. That tells you that they're the ones that brought the fight.
Yeah, and the way they did that, again, was very, very clinical. They closed off a lot of angles, and then they made sure that, more importantly, as we were talking about, that the Outlaws really didn't have much to work with at all. I mean, some of them didn't have helmets, some of them didn't have any meds at all. None of them had really any utility, so very well played to Mutt. And again, a much more active and proactive team from what we saw in the last week. And something we didn't even get to really talk about is this circle. I mean, Gibbs, this is the first time I think I've ever seen Jaden City in a first circle on Rondo so far.
Right, the one map with the low, like what feels like, you know, the least amount of water has basically almost got as much water as you can have in it in that phase circle. Jadena City, I've not seen a finish there. I've not played in a finish there yet. Wuju 2,
I haven't either.
Wuju 2 are praying that we get it because they're in that side of the circle. But when you look at the center point, it is on a river. It is on a bay. So this circle is almost split into 2 sections, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, getting across as well can be somewhat difficult, especially in this specific area, because I mean, there's kind of like little cliff faces there on either side of the river, and it's very open. I mean, for as much as a lot of the players like the terrain on this map, there is still a vast majority of it that is quite open, that doesn't have much cover to use at all. And so that could especially come into a factor if we see the circle kind of stay split between the east and west side.
Manifest it when we see that one, right? That's what we want to get. The Alm has been pretty effective today so far, as Red Rider finds a knock from downtown. Now, unfortunately for him, you get a knock from that sort of range, you very, very rarely get the opportunity to confirm out the point, but you've been an inconvenience for working in silence, because now the guy's got to go find a new helmet because you've gotten rid of it. He's using up some of his utility. Red Rider, hit those shots. Do your thing, King. Zone shifts, and
oh, what the hell is this?
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've ever really been over here. If I'm being honest,
the young goo circle.
Yeah, I don't think I've really ever spent a lot of time on this side of the map. I mean, this is probably unfamiliar as well to a good chunk of these players.
I think I've played there once in a game. Got myself a second place because, you know, I'd get it first if I wasn't actually a player, but Donkey Destroyer's doing Donkey Destroyer. Donkey Destroyer's doing Donkey Destroyer things as Tuamas does his best impression of a rocket sending his way up to space. Kill Demo will peek on up. He finds Cerberus. The nade does a ton of damage on the back.
No way that just happens.
They're gone.
Oh, Donkey Destroyers, man. That was... that was a clown show. That was...
I need Tuamas's POV there. I need that, because he was trying to get his flush, and then all of a sudden he was going flying through the air.
And just the timing of all of that as well to happen is so unfortunate for them. And I just feel like that's what's been happening to them almost every game. Just some goofy situation that puts them on the back foot and then inevitably gets them wiped. Man, that was... Yeah, that's just... all right, boys. What are we doing on Miramar?
You know, people People like to have a go with Donkey Destroyers in chat. I'll tell you what, if they don't make it to the grand finals, you'll miss them. Like, they're entertainment, they're
True.
box office.
Very true.
No, it might not be good, it might not be great, but it's goddamn entertainment, and I would take it every day of the week. But back to the circle. Elevate have two of the strongest positions in a circle like this when you're focusing on compounds only. You know, it's okay with a 2-2 split. Like, I don't mind it. I feel that because of the way the circle is with all the water towards that side, I feel like they'll get away with it for a little bit longer. But elsewhere, like, what are you thinking? Potentially dangerous if they can take this mountain, you know, kind of hillside on the edge. Like, there are some very strong positions here.
Or even friendly fire if they realize they're split, right? I mean, we saw this from Elevate in the first game. Don't forget, on the south side of Millie base, they had that initial split that we were talking about in those two compounds, and they really didn't get punished for it, which we didn't think they would, and they even flexed out. The problem is when they try to get aggressive, they actually started to lose members, but for the time being, I think they can at least hold this for one more circle. Orion is probably not going to push them. As I said, friendly fire as well, and a rather wide split looking to maybe control rats, so... I mean, we'll see, but right now, 100% agree with you. Probably the best position in the circle, if not maybe the position that we currently see Ragers in. So we'll have to see it where this one goes. As Veras now is going to find Teknosh.
Yeah, working in silence, losing players on the rotate again, and they went for a massive rotate all the way down the south side of the circle as the rest of the team will continue making their way north. You got to be careful if you're in one of those EVs because there is a very dangerous area to drive into just north, that EMP zone. But I'm looking at everything else. Like, everyone else is essentially in the circle apart from Legacy.
Yeah, and like, oh, that is such a weird circle, man. That hillside on the east of this it's kind of flat, right? Like, there are different elevations. Otherwise, it's kind of a flat hill. So you look at Ragers actually going for that crate. There's also a compound there, so they're actually just going to sit and take dead center. Meanwhile, working in silence now, getting dangerously close here to Sortito.
Code drop, by the way, down the bottom of your screen. Get that code in, as working in silence will now rotate further north. But as you'd expect, Elevate will crash back into a full 4, and just in time as Orion have now arrived. And IQ's got the high ground, but that opener, that arm in the hands of Red Rider, one well-timed shot, gives them the opportunity to push. T-Plants will get T-boned and will keep on going, but Gats jumps out, gets the knock and the flush. That's a point on the board for Rats, currently sitting in third.
Fate have consolidated, a good decision from them to make sure that they don't get crashed. And looks like they're actually still sending Empt just off to the north to make sure they can hold those double warehouses, so... yeah, they're actually trying to flex as much as they can as Ragers now finally coming alive. 3 points in 4 games is not where you want to be, but they're going to find Orion and they're going to get rid of him as well with a little bit of help from Elevate.
And that's Orion. They were pushing Elevate, then they decided to extend over towards Ragers and they spread themselves just a little too thin. Rats, I think Despoon's going to get the knock onto his own teammate. He got knocked. That's unfortunate for him, but you gotta focus on what's left of Mud. Balefrost peeks across from the side, and Despoon and Balefrost will combine. 2 players fall in the time of 1. FCZ confirming out players, confirming out the points that he can, because surely he is now a sitting duck as the nade will be thrown underhand by Despoon. Spoon feeding him some shrapnel, but he's not going to fall because it's actually Kildemo that gets that knock from 55 from a long ways away. So clearing out some space for Rats, but you're still not on the zone.
Yeah, and 55 is sitting on the north side, finally coming in, finally finding a spot to play in the circle, and it's not bad. It gives them a few rotational options as they sit up there. Wujitu, meanwhile, have to deal with Legacy as well as Bonge de Gaio, who are just sitting down here, and this has become quite a precarious position for Legacy as they're getting sandwiched yet again. It's going to be Pydam that actually finds LFP1.
Legacy on 18 points. I thought that they'd have a much smoother time, but here comes the crash. Another one on this side of the map too. This is a 3-team dance now. LFP is down. Bonge de Gaio, who have not really got going. Oh my god, Gizera just turned on Monster. He had him dead to rights, but Legacy This is what you expect from one of the best players in the world in Gizera. But 3 teams do not go in to one position, which, by the way, is not even in the zone anymore.
Yeah, this, you just said it. This actually just got shifted off as now it's going to be a king of the hill type situation. And you know that what are these teams are thinking, whether it's Bonje or if it's Legacy, that they need to get this fight done as quickly as possible because they need to start making their way to the base of that southern mountain.
LFP might just have a chance of getting rezzed here because Nordskiff, like it or not, is their 5th player as things stand. He's going to be the one that Bonje de Gallo will run into first if Bonje de Gallo are not careful. Ragers, they've got the only real compound alongside Luna Galaxy inside the circle. Other than that, it is nothing but terrain. And working in silence, they're just going to keep an eye on what's going on around them. Nordskiff, I spoke about him being the 5th player for Legacy, and he does exactly that. He gets 1 kill, and it gives Legacy time. RBN will get the knock on to his to now as Bonje de Gallo suddenly falling apart pretty quickly. And this is the thing, Nordskiff did such a favor for Legacy.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, as you stated, that 5th player, and so he was able to not only find one, but before he goes down, he gets the flush, which further puts Bonje de Gallo on the back foot. Now all this utility coming in. Legacy with 4 members back on their feet. Opportunity here, but again, they need to get rid of them as quickly as possible because now we see Sortido now starting to look over this way, but we don't see Sortido's full attention because of the position of working in silence.
Yeah, but Bonje de Gallo,
this might be the best play. Just get out. Just get out.
Where do you go, though? Like, where is... Because they can't go right, because that's where you've got Sortido and working in silence. If you go left, Legacy will get an angle for just a few moments, and that's what happens. Itz will take... Yeah, Itz is a goner. I don't see Itz getting into the zone unless the jammer pack... Nope, never mind. He's going to fall inside the blue, so Pydeem, the last one standing. So if you're Legacy, you follow them in, right? Surely your play is to follow Bonje de Gallo.
As long as you don't hear them getting shot at and it's a clear path, absolutely. You just follow them in and then... Oh, this is dangerous for Pydim now. He's been spotted out by Elevate, who have made an earlier rotation to not have to deal with friendly fire onto the base of this one. And a nice play from them. They're going to get that, and I'd like that rotation from Elevate. Get in early, stop dealing with fights on the edge. They've been caught multiple times, especially in that last game on Teo, and at least try to find something to play. But as I said, I mean, this is a fairly flat mountain. You can see there's not much cover.
And it's the point as well, like how many games have they played that have finished in this area too? So how is the topography of this circle? So working in silence, they're pushing. Legacy are there too. It's, like, honestly, Ragers, they're in the best position in the circle because 55 can go nowhere. Elevate will be spotted from tons of spots, but here's where you sort the wheat from the chaff. And a donut's up. And now Luna Galaxy have to make their way in as well.
Flat isn't necessarily the word. It's more smooth. There's not a lot of ridges.
Like my brain.
Because it's definitely not flat, but yeah, it's a rather smooth mountain overall. But as we see Legacy now still stuck behind Sortido and now working in silence, starting to put some damage as well on Sortido as they're looking for this angle. But Elevate have actually put themselves in a good position here to punish this, Gibson. Just on the south side, they can see pretty much everything. And really, Justice being that northern anchor, kind of holding off 55 and doing a good amount of damage. But no, that was the worst thing. He could not go down as that anchor position. And now Elevate have to pull back.
Yeah, and they're going, it looks like they're pushing back for the res, but at the same time, 55 can't get aggressive because they sustained a knock of their own. So Justice just getting a knock buys himself enough time for the full IQ, the full fallback. Now, IQ under a heavy fire from friendly fire, just about getting up over that ridge line, so opportunity missed for friendly fire, but all this gunshots will turn attention their way. Jumping back to this other side of the circle where RBN will slap around the side of Veras and get that knock and flush. Uh-oh. Did LFP spot him? Did L? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He definitely knows he's there now.
For his troubles. Yeah. But that was a good set on Friendly Fire's part. They actually realized that there was a team having to fight, and they caught that window almost perfectly. And so now Ev burning in that building. IQ certainly will eat that nade. Justice as well, the last one to stand with just a little bit of health left.
Yeah, and down go most of Elevate, leaving it down to Justice, who will get a couple of knocks, but look at how quickly they've got to go for the rest. Friendly Fire getting pushed on the other side by Legacy, which buys 55 the time that they need. So working in silence, friendly fire, legacy, all locking horns on the southeast side of the circle as things stand. And Penta's kind of been forced to fall back just a little bit to keep an eye on what's going on the other side. But friendly fire want to get the res, but legacy aren't giving them the time. But that nade should buy the time that they need, because Michael gets a flush and a knock. Now they should get the res.
Yeah, it's just down to RBN now. The final member there of Legacy and Friendly Fire for the time being have managed to slow things down, and they should be able to recover here. As working in silence as well, we're looking this direction, but now it looks like they're going to be going towards potentially dangerous on that east side. And it looks like Fauna's going to be the first one. Is going to find the knock? No, he's going to be found by Slabby.
And now we're seeing the aggression turned up a notch by potentially dangerous. They know the door's been opened and they don't want it to get shut. Slabby, Peaks, and Souls will get the knock the other way and should be able to flush that one out, and does, but the rest of potentially dangerous are here. Zone will shift away from this battleground, and Legacy, off the back of that, will now get eliminated as well. Honestly, these teams, this might be the final few points they're able to get with the circle shifting where it has. Theros, oh, beautiful shot with the AK, confirms out that kill, and Enzito, the last player alive, and just on cue, Luna Galaxy decide to get involved.
With all this fighting, I mean, I would like to see Ragers just get a little more proactive, right? Because all these points are going by the wayside. They have the opportunity to maybe start funneling a little bit south. I know that Luna has been an issue for them, but it looks like Axer has actually found Haven, so that should be a window for them to maybe look for some points here, Gibbs.
Definitely. Like, they need to move now, though. Like, if you're going to do it,
yes,
do it now. And this is the problem, I think, between some of these teams. The delay in decision-making. Like, if that's Sonics, if that's Falcons, if that's, you know, TSM, the minute you read the kill feed and see that, you're on it.
Yeah, they're halfway up the mountain at that point. Nice clean kill there for potentially dangerous. As Paige will also Theros, man, fighting a battle on two fronts. Great stuff here from PD.
Two fronts, and they're fighting it beautifully. Friendly Fire thought they could lock out potentially dangerous because they know that 55 are ahead of them in the circle. So clear the edge before you focus on 55, or else you're going to end up being the meat filling in that sandwich a little bit later. Now, Paige, unfortunately, was spotted on the move, but Penta and Michael, they're not too keen on falling back just yet because, again, they know that if you move towards 55, the noise will drop potentially dangerous. So they're making the play that they need to.
Yeah, I like this. I like this, trying to stalk and maybe backfill, catch potentially dangerous off guard as Penta will throw an errant nade, just trying to get some damage or find a random knock. And speaking of that, Kraken is going to pick Theros out of that vehicle like a cherry just plucked with a well-placed headshot. And now Poso with an opportunity. Oh, he gets one. No, he can't get the other. Tiny will at least trade that one out.
Oh, and this is bad because Kraken's the last player alive now for Luna Galaxy. He has 3 nades, but Teeny is going to reposition. A little bit of damage dealt. Teeny was so thirsty. He was so thirsty there.
Parched.
Yeah, he wanted that kill, and now the blue zone double stack is so problematic for Psycho. But Psycho will take down Michael, but he's got to be quick because the blue zone will do the damage. Penta, you nearly got flattened like a pancake there, but who cares? Penta's looking to win his one. Kill demo inside, just below. Penta's going to confirm out the kill to make sure that there'll be no information coming from Psycho. But Penta, 1v1 against Kill Demo. Who's your money on?
Yeah.
Who's your money on?
Oh man, I like both these players a lot, but I gotta put my money on Penta. Always Penta for me.
I like that. I like that. NA bias.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Kill Demo's great. I mean, he's been always one of the strongest players in South America, so definitely not sleeping on him. But yeah, bias is gonna take over. It's Penta all the way for me.
If I asked that question on the Portuguese or Spanish broadcast, they'd be saying, Kill Demo. This is Kill Demo's one to lose.
That's fair.
Lele,
I got no.
Let's not rule out little Lele.
Rager's finally coming alive, but I feel like it's a little too late, right? I mean, they had the opportunity to get some kills, and they've been sitting on 3 kills, I think, since the start of the last couple circles.
Yeah, they should win this game, but I got to agree with you.
They've
probably left, like, what, 3-4 points out there? And if you don't qualify and the margin is 3 or 4 points, this is one of those games that you're going to look to. Now, Kill Demo won. Kill Demo won.
He won. He did.
Got the flush. So
I'll give it to him.
They take that one, but we go to the quad box here as Ragers will lose Mince to a great knock. That'll be Kill Demo trying to confirm out his point. Come on, Kill Demo, get yourself one more. 11 kills for 55,
Damn.
by the way.
Yeah, that's a great game for them. Either way you slice it, even if Kill Demo goes down now, he has done more than enough. 7 kills alone for Kill Demo. My word. I should have looked at the kill count first between those two. I might have picked Kill Demo.
Kill Demo's nuts, though. Like, he's a player that I think's very underrated on the team. 55, a team that I think every once in a while they pull an incredible game out of the bag that makes you annoyed because you know they can do it a lot more than what they do it already. But there's the P90, just spraying through the smoke. Ragers, they get 15 points, right? But you look at 55, they got more points out of that game. You got to give them credit because, you know, they didn't really make any mistakes that would cost them the game. But I just feel that they needed that bit more aggression, and that could have been a way bigger match for them.
Yeah, and that absolutely could have played. That crossbow kill was so sick. But that also could have played into the fact of why they weren't being as active, right? They are like, okay, look, we're struggling really hard on the leaderboard. We have a good position. We should win this game. Let's just kind of make sure we win this game. And if that's the mentality they had, that's not the worst. At least they were able to close the game out, Steve, and he went flying.
That's the point. You said they only got 15. I know that's sad, but they only got 19 in 12 games last week, Gibson. And if you want to go from rage to riches, you got to start somewhere. 15 points, maybe that's the climb. So I'm going to give them that dubs. Give them that dubs. Give them some loves as they walk away with a good chicken dinner. Was it a master's class in gameplay, Godspeed? I wouldn't say necessarily, but you win the ones you're supposed to win, right?
Yeah, like I said, they took what they were given. They didn't want to risk anything, and for a team that's been struggling, I get it. I'm not really gonna nail down the room too hard.
Absolutely, especially LCQ, man. So you gotta take what you get, and remember, for everyone watching right now, as the chaos unfolds at the end of this Rondo game, it's about making the top 8. You want to advance to the finals. You don't have to be number 1 to do that. Now, Potentially Dangerous and Working in Silence have been 2 teams that we have been seeing constantly in the last 4 games, Gibson. It feels like nonstop we're watching these guys in team fights.
Yeah, and it's great because not only is it a really good battle between the two sides, but they're starting to get to the point where they're picking up a lot of points in these games. Like, both of them are inside the top 5. Both of them are incredibly skilled and talented. And if you're other teams in the lobby, you're not going to complain if those two are taking each other out in the circle because it's, you know, a team that you don't have to worry about a little bit later on.
All right, Grout, shout out to Ragers, and a shout out to Luke12, who apparently is getting insane amounts of love in chat for whatever reason. Fun fact about Luke12, it actually, the 1 and the 2 is an R in lead speak, and he used to go by Luker because he was so attractive, but nobody seemed to understand that, so changed to Luke12. All right, let's talk about the scoreboard. 55 Esports, 17 points is a walk away from that one. Ragers with the 15. Friendly Fire, again, putting up some good numbers, but Luna, Potentially Dangerous, Working in Silence. These teams, and again, and Mio Ultimo Tito, again, putting up points. These guys have been very consistent, Godspeed.
Yeah, they've been consistent. Gibson and I have been kind of giving them flowers all day, being much more proactive, being much more aggressive, and more importantly, winning their fights, right? Especially their early fights they've been getting into. They've been at least able to convert an okay amount of points on that, which is why they're currently sitting on 23rd. And the most important thing that you brought up, you just have to make top 8. You don't even need to make the top 3, top 5. So they've given themselves a decent start. I'll say a decent start to the day.
Decent, but you know what? And I guess in LCQ, that's really all. I hate saying that because one of these, that's the downside, Gibson, of these 8 cutoff, these like halfway cutoff events, right? Is like, it kind of leads to, I feel like, a day 1 of like everybody being like, well, I just hope I do okay, you know?
Yeah, you just got to be better than half of the teams
Exactly.
in the lobby. You got to move from the right side of the lobby to the right side of the lobby.
It's like that scene in it was like, remember that scene season 1 of Walking Dead when the crossbow guy shot his buddy in the leg? Like, that's all you really got to do is just not be the one that gets eaten. So we're seeing some teams and ironically crossbows so far in this game. Now, we've got 2 more matches to play. When we come back, we're going to the dusty dunes of Miramar. This day has been flying by, and I love to see that. LCQ is always a grab bag of wild, woolly, and crazy, and so far it has delivered. Don't go anywhere because we got 2 more games, and I guarantee it's going to get even crazier once we hit the sand. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome to the PAS Game Show. My name is Matcham and I am joined today by Sonic's Kickstart, Legacy's RBN, and Bestia's Sharpshot 4K. We're going to be walking through 3 sets of questions to kick everything off. Let's go ahead and move directly into our first set of questions. Well, technically, question. The way it's going to work is, guys, I'm going to give you a hint. And the way it works is every single time I have to give you a new hint, you're going to get less and less points depending on when you input your answer. This is important though, hear me out. If you input your answer, you cannot change it. So the moment you make a decision, that's going to be all she wrote. All right, so starting it off at 5 points. This organization's PUBG team was introduced in November 2017. There were a lot of them, and I should point out that this team still exists at this stage. Takers on that one, or do we want another hint?
I'm good. I got it.
Right?
Yeah, I'm good too.
Looks like RBN has locked in 1. Okay, so 4 points now. The team's first registered tournament was Awesome Premier League Season 1. 3 points now. This is an American organization, but have never featured an American PUBG player.
Oh, I got it.
We've got all 3 input. I'm going to go ahead and give everybody the last couple of points so we can see if reactions are right or wrong. 2 points. Among the first players to represent the team were Fuzzface, Gimpty, and Mixie. There's some smiles coming out. A couple of guys looks like they know they got it right. 1 point. Final one is one of the world's most famous esports organizations. They even have a hand sign. You guys can remember it. Even Froz kind of messes it up every once in a while. So we have 2 correct answers, both on the 3rd clue, and that is going to be for Kickstart and Sharpshot, both inputting phase at that section. RBN, you took the Hail Mary, respect for it, but went with 4 a.m. on the 5-point question. Hey, they were actually, it's kind of sad because on the very first hint and the other section that we did, it was also an organization that started in 2017, and that would have been the correct answer because for that one, it was 4 Angry Men. But here we go. We are now locked out, and so that puts us at 3 points apiece. We've got Kickstart and Sharpshot tied at the time, and that is the end of segment 1. We will be back to go ahead and work through segment 2. Same players in just 1 second, so still a chance for RBN to catch up, and maybe you can see if Kickstart and Sharpshot get some distance from each other. Back in just a few.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I
We're back, and in a day of weird circles, it has continued, where we went to Rondo and we saw a shift. The joke has constantly been, are we gonna see a Jadena circle finish? And there was a moment, a glimmer, a bright light in my eyes that I thought it was going to happen, but it shifted just north and gave us what ended up being a fabulously Stalbor-esque end to the final match. I enjoyed watching it. We saw a huge win for Rage, but what that win does mean is the doors are wide open for every other team still in the hunt. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed. This is Gibson. I'm talking so that they can talk a little less, because these poor gentlemen have had to cast all 6 games today, as well as do the desk with yours truly. Gentlemen, I thank you for your tenacity and putting up with this face in between the two of you for the desk segments. It's been a wonderful day of play. What has stood out to you the most, Godspeed?
Still for me is working in silence consistency, man. And even in that last game, that's actually the first time we really saw them lose someone early in a rotation before like the 3rd or 4th phase. They've generally been able to keep 4 members alive. Again, talk about their macro like ad nauseum at this point, but they've just been really consistent, man. And I like that. I like that team a lot. I'm pretty sure they'll qualify. My hope for them is once they qualify is that they can continue to build off that success going against a much stronger lobby.
Yeah, Gibson, you talked a lot at the start of this day when I talked about sort of what are your picks or your, who's going to surprise everyone. You brought up working in silence players and Zito, Teknosh, Solds, Fauna. I know that you spent a lot of time watching scrims and working here in the Americas region. What stands out to you about that team? Is it star players? Is it synergy? What are they doing right?
And Zito's certainly a star player. The team plays great, but we'll pick up on that point in a little bit because we have a hot drop in Shumasera to kick things off, and it's another, LATAM affair. We've got Ragers who just take the win in the last map, being hot dropped by 55. And Godspeed, this would be a great answer for Ragers after the last one if they can win this hot drop as well.
Yeah, this would be kind of an exclamation point off that win. Like, look, we may have started slow, but we can definitely finish strong here, especially with only 2 games left. This would be a big boon for them as far as points and climbing them back up that leaderboard. I mean, that 1 win alone, it was not the biggest win, but still 15 points, as Steve was saying. I mean, that puts them square in the middle at 10th place. So already climbing quite well. And Chuma hot drops, man, they are something.
I love this hot drop, though. I love this hot drop, though, Gibson, because they all dropped on the high ground. Like, no one took the passive, go to the opposite side of the city. This is a brazen, let's fight this out kind of drop, it feels like.
It was at the start, but the hot drops kind of...
It was,
right?
Yeah,
right. Whistle!
Would you say it's a tepid drop now? Like, it's just, it's not great.
If this were on an old website in the 90s, I'd rate it as not. That said, Kill Demo's going to try to pick up a last shot here. He doesn't have a scope, but the chase is on. I think that speaks to 55's attitude going into this one. They're in 5th. Why not look for these quick? You talked about them, Godspeed, early trade points, right? Maybe you get someone, pick out 3, drop a player, but at the end of the day, that's that average that you're looking for to maintain the top 8, though it is very tightly compacted in the middle.
Yeah, but this, man, this worries me about just... Ragers just playing too safe, man. Like, you see a hot drop, yes, you just won a game, maybe you don't want to lose anyone, but I mean, they didn't even bother getting any information at all on the other team. They just opted to just leave immediately. So it's kind of how they've been playing all day. Like, just don't take any fights at all. And that is a massive lack of proactivity from this team that it looks like even after a win still continues for them. So I still very much worry about Ragers.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're not the only ones leaving because I need a drink. Deuces!
It's handy for that guy, isn't it? He can just, comes, talks for 2 or 3 minutes, then goes off, gets, drinks some popcorn.
It was at least 9 to 12, Gibson.
He's having a good time. He's sitting back. He's watching the games. But yeah, I don't know, man. I talked about hot drops, how much I hate them. So I should like the decision made by Ragers to just kind of back off, but I still worry about what that's going to mean even in the later game for them. Like, are they just going to stray away from a fight completely and not take opportunities that, they can take some points? It remains to be seen.
I like the team on paper. General Lee is a player that I've seen pop off several times in the past. The only thing is, playing passive was okay in group stages because you have a second life, but if you play passive in a lobby like this, you're going to get torn apart if you do that in the finals.
I agree 100%. It's just, yeah, like I said, we'll kind of see. Even Majestics had some crazy plays in the first day of group stage, kind of holding back Legacy in a fight actually here on Miramar that lasted quite a while. Multiple knocks. You know, I was like, okay, this team actually came to fight. You know, very aggressive, able to hold their own in a duo. I think it was Little Lele and Majestics initially in that fight too. So, I mean, you're spot on when it comes to let's just call it what it is, a weaker lobby than what we saw in groups. I mean, you should be able to take more liberties with the fights you're taking, right? Be a little more aggressive, make some of those adjustments that we've seen teams like Mutt make, which, you know, we've been kind of singing their praises. So moving into the end game, I just hope they're not too passive. As now a team that has the opposite problem, that's not passive enough, is Donkey Destroyers now pushing here over towards Orion.
It's boom or bust, though, and I'm all for it, because at the end of the day, it always gives entertainment. Like, you're pushing towards Orion inside Hacienda. Let's be real. Every single player in this lobby has had 500 million and 2 fights inside of Hacienda at this point, so they should know how to attack and defend it. But the thing is, Donkey Destroyers, you know, particularly with Pat and Batty, have a lot of experience, and I just feel that if they played a bit more, I don't like, passive is probably the word. Like,
proper?
Yeah, passive, proper. Again, like, they're a team that can easily qualify for a weekend out of a lobby like this, but instead it just looks like they're like, you know what, we're going to have fun. Like, and if that's their objective, is to just get here and have fun, you can't really complain.
No. And that's why I'm all for it, man. And seeing Pat back, you know, that's always going to be good for me. And I'm always going to be rooting for him. And Fatty Low as well. Tomas, Cerberus. I mean, these are great players. Like you said, in a lobby like this, if they really wanted to slow things down, I think it would be the best way to describe it. Yeah, I mean, they should realistically have no problem qualifying. But look at Monster here with a monstrous angle on LFP1. No cover to be found. That should be an easy knock. And yeah, he will find it. LFP will go down.
That song, What's That Coming Over the Hill? Is it a monster? Was it big in the US years ago? Like, exactly what happened towards him. Do you know this? Did you know the song Monster? And the lyrics were like, what's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster?
I don't actually know if I do know that song.
Oh, no.
I'm a boomer, man. I'm old, so you know, I'm not hip with the times.
Right, this song is as old too, but I'm bringing that in the next break. I'm sending you a link. I'm hitting you up with that link. Nordskiff looking to link up with Gizera's head with some 5.56 with a nade in the back pocket. Cowboy has been knocked now, but Legacy still on the back foot. Gizera falling back towards RBN and VHC, but Monster from up on high will find another 19 damage, but I think Wuju too, in the meantime, have gotten away with it. Still get Cowboy back on their feet.
Yeah, this is a good situation for them. They managed to recover, push Legacy off, as you were stating, and now they'll be able to recover with 4 members alive. So a good recovery here from them. And Mutt, meanwhile, on the backside, might be able to get an angle on this, but for the time being, it looks like Wuju 2 chilling. And north of that is actually going to be Luna as, oh man, here we go, Rats. Looks like they've been able to spot out the Destroyers. And some shots going over, but no lock. Badilo will actually survive, and Tomas will find just a bit of damage here on Spoon.
2 teams I'm surprised we've not seen fighting each other more often as Rats and Donkey Destroyers. And, you know, one thing I will say, and I think it's important to tell the viewers this too, some of the teams that are in this lobby, just getting to the group stages was a win for them. Like, that was literally their objective. And the fact that they've got here is already a massive win. Like, they don't expect to be going internationally. They don't expect to be winning PAS. So for some of these teams, it's job done. They should be playing free with no fear at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but it would be nice for them to, you know, make it to the grand finals. I mean, coming down to the LCQ isn't bad either. It just gives some of these teams, right, with newer rosters or some newer players, more experience. So the more experience you get, the better it is. The big issue with that is the fact that this is really the last event of the year for teams like that, right, Gibson? So, I mean, making it at least to the grand finals would be, I agree, though, that, you know, the cherry on the cake for these guys.
You had to remind me that these are kind of the last, you know, domestic region games for a while. Why? I'm sad now. At least we got plenty of international games over the next few months, though. Like, that's a plus.
Yeah, there's still some games to be played, but I mean, I'm actually just quite happy with the amount of events overall that we've had this year. PUBG really kind of flexing a bit, giving us quite a bit more events than we had last year, so that's nice to see. But yeah, it's gonna be a long break. Oh,
It's not-
speaking of long breaks, 2 shots there landing on Technosh's dome.
If you're Sonics, man, you're loving life right now. Like Shrimsy, people like that getting to even go to PNC as well as all the international events. Like,
right?
It's probably the most travel you're ever going to get to do in your life. And I'm jealous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm jealous. I wish I was that talented enough as a player that I was in their shoes. But I always like to talk about the way you get the donut effect, right? We just see it there now. Most of the teams in the center of the circle leaving a massive wall around the edge. And you see that with a shift because we've just shifted right into the center of the circle and every team is already there, bar 3.
Yeah, this is a very condensed center circle. So for quite a few of these teams, they're at least going to be sitting comfortable for now. But, I mean, you know that when this shifts, it's going to cause a lot of issues on whatever side ends up being the edge here. Is now Donkey Destroyer still embroiled in a fight here with the rats. And just to briefly touch on... Oh, never mind. Let's actually just get into this. I'll get to that point after.
It's the worst thing as a caster is you say you'll get to a point later and then you completely forget after the next fight.
Yeah, I might.
It'll happen. But rats, they have not forgotten about the Donkey Destroyers. They're pushing for that fight. But again, it's a bit pushing with fight. Another part's just playing for a spot inside close to the center of the circle. You've got Legacy and San Martin here as well. Pat Caps has kind of been left as a lamb to the slaughter though, because Serb is too far back. The rest of the Donkey Destroyers are there. For Pat, it's about getting your 1-for-1. You know, you're going to fall. Get your 1-for-1 at least.
Yeah, if he can get one, great. I mean, if he can get more than that, that's even better. But it looks like, fortunately for him and for the rats, that they're not necessarily going to run into each other. And now I'll use that time to bring up the point. You brought up Shrimsy. I actually was with him yesterday. And we're talking about travel, and he's like, dude, it's been great, you know, with so many tournaments, but he's like, I am just exhausted with the amount of travel that, you know, Sonics, a lot of these players that are qualifying for all these events every year, including PNC. I mean, it takes a toll. It takes a big toll, especially not only mentally, but physically. You're just constantly chasing time zones, flying back and forth. So as happy and lucky and privileged as he feels, you know, I can imagine just how stressful that is as well.
Practicing 5 times a week, you know, expected to win every event you go on. Like, it is tough being one of the tough players at times as well. But man, speaking of, like, Shrimsy, in my opinion, is the best North American player right now. He is playing so well. And you know what? We'll get to, you know, just before we get into this fight, last thing, Kickstar, I'm so glad to see Kick, you know, realizing his potential again too, because it was disappointing for him up until recently, because we knew he was a much better player than he's putting on camera.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the structure as well of Sonics has also really helped him. Quinn is a phenomenal leader. They have a wonderful coach in Owen, Machine Gunner, so that's just a great infrastructure for a player like Kick to go in and really start to slot in. But speaking of slotting in, it looks like Donkey Destroyer's now going in. Destructible Shield is going to block off some shots there, and Cerberus really struggling to get around that thing.
Oh, now Gats is going to hop out, and Gats will get his one onto Serb. He falls. Pat did manage to step inside, but he's going to step almost on top of that nade, taking 38 damage. But Donkey Destroyers, they decided to take the fight towards Rats. But Barry, what a beautiful nade that was on Defina. But look at this, Outlaws are a third party, and they get the kill confirm onto Serb.
Just like that, the fight has come to a screeching halt as Cerberus has fallen. Finn still down, and that's going to be his first bleed. Opportunity maybe to get him up is Despoon. If he found that knock, it would have opened a spot for him to maybe go for that res, but Batty Low still down. Gats with the follow-up nade is beautiful.
Yeah, Pat's still alive inside the building as well. Let's not rule out him having a huge impact as Nick will put on fire from on high. Pat does peek at the right time, just as we called on him to getting the knock onto the spoon. So this fight not really going well for either team. Both teams suffering really extreme casualties as Pat will now get flushed out as well. So it's Gats and Beal up against the last standing member of Donkey Destroyers, and they're actually going for the res, but that blue zone nade might just push them off it when we see that blooming. Oh, that's the one thing about the blue zone nades. They bounce so far, Godspeed.
And look at that, Batty just finding the one safe corner, and what a spray. Gats yet again. His sprays have been on point today. Just picking people out of these vehicles so efficiently, even through smoke, but it's going to be mids off in the distance. A little bit of a fight there between potentially dangerous, and it looks like Rage is actually cleaning that up.
Yeah, I'm fine. Rager's getting very aggressive in the kill feed, as we can see it in picture. Donkey Destroyers eliminated as Rats continue their climb of the table. So let's jump over to that fight. In the corner is Slavy. He'll step out, and HXR was there to get that knock. He'll flush it out. So, you know what? Ragers are good in team fights. Like, this is showing you they can win these difficult fights. They have 3 players up. They've got 2 kills on the board. They have the blue at their back. Now they have a decision to make. Godspeed, do they stick in this fight, or do they decide to prioritize circle? And it looks like they're just going to take what they've gotten and focus on getting into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, the damage has been done, and like you said, I mean, we saw last week that Ragers are more than capable to hold their own in team fights. It's just they haven't really been putting themselves in the greatest positions in order to do so, but at least now I think this was a smart decision. They took a fight, they were able to get the better of it, and now they're just getting out, rotating north. I mean, given the information we know, that's still very contested, but for a team like them, without all the teams on your map knowing exactly where everyone is, this is not a bad rotation either. It's probably going to be the least contested side of the circle. They're going to be able to hopefully find some form of angle to come in, but they are going to be sandwiched between Elevate and Working in Silence, who are now starting to posture towards the position as they saw that rotation come in.
And here's the problem. Because they're in the blue, because they've had fights, they're not on 100 HP on this rotate, meaning that, you know, what could have been 2 shots for a knock drops down to 1. Souls will hit a headshot. That's going to be really problematic. And look, you can see the health points drop, and IQ will get the knock on the General Lee, flushing that one out. And that was the one thing I was afraid of. Once you rotate through the blue and you start getting below that 75 HP marker, it is so hard to get past teams like Elevate, like Working in Silence.
Yeah, and like I said, for us, it's easy to know that was a very risky rotation, but given the information they had, it was probably their best option. And so I don't really fault them too much for that. Pulling off that fight was also not a bad decision. It's just this was one of those games that PUBG kind of worked against them, as Gizera is going to re-knock Finn and straight up flush him out. Meanwhile, Bonja de Gallo here just sitting very pretty here on this little power compound just to the northwest of San Martin now, with a wide split too. They have to be careful not to eat a knock, especially Hazelton. He cannot go down.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful, but you feel like they're doing the right thing. They're getting so much information about what's going on around them. You feel like this circle should finish up on the high ground that they're playing on right now, barring some extreme, you know, rotates 55. They're playing for the circle going here as well, as they'll play inside that bowl, as our friendly fire. Like, these teams are being rewarded for this decision they made to go here a little while ago. Now, Elevate, they've got the forced stairway in from the north. Curry is... Oh, I feel like he's a dead man walking. He doesn't even know it.
Yeah, this is Monster slowly stalking Haston, going for a knock here. He is kind of one of the linchpins here at the forward position for the team of Bonja de Gallo, and he's actually going to get both. So nicely done by him, and he stays up. Monster, meanwhile, is able to kind of help put down the Outlaws. Curry is Gump now coming in with Nick as well. Right into the dip of 55, and that is the last place you want to be. And oh, that is just devastating for the Outlaws. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you know, you go to play for a center zone spot like that this late in the game, you gotta assume there's somebody there already, and great job by 55. Right. Like, the main thing there, they didn't take any knocks. They got it done quick enough that other teams are not going to push it.
Yep, that was very clinical and very clean, actually, by 55, as friendly fire now trying to save Shimboy, get him out of a bad position, but he's going to end up getting flushed. Now Motiro with an opportunity here, and no one at their back, really. It's just going to be Luna trying to gatekeep maybe Plants from making it up that hill, or starting now to get into a situation where it looks like a fight is on the cards with friendly fire, but they have to be careful because 55 will pounce on that. They have been very proactive today, and I can't imagine them not taking the opportunity to take some kills here if they see a significant amount of knocks being traded back and forth.
100%, and you know, don't be surprised if you start seeing the kill feed really lighting up that Luna might not even extend further south, but their attention's been taken a little bit by Empt, who's a little further. Oh my god, what a shift that is.
What is that?
That shift has actually brought Wuju 2 back into play properly. Like, they
Yeah.
are probably going, how has this happened?
They're probably also thanking their lucky stars now, the fact that they don't have to make some wild send in. I mean, they're still on the edge of the circle and will have to move at some point, but they will be able to hold their position for now. As, I mean, this circle it's actually so fun to play, but only if you're one of the teams that are in a position to actually play it from. You see Friendly Fire now rotating on the north side of it, north side edge, looking for an opportunity to get into one of those buildings or in one of the ridges now sandwiched between Bonja de Gallo and actually working in silence, making their way up there now as we still look at Luna Galaxy stalking the rest, or the full team of Mutt, I should say.
Yeah, the zone shift made up Luna Galaxy's mind on which fight they want to take. Friendly Fire looks like they're doing a good job towards the north. They're just taking shots at every team that rotates past Orion, the next one, to taste the little get taste of the lead. But as you can see, third parties galore. Empt from Elevate is here. They've got the high ground. They're looking down on top of Friendly Fire, who are on 42 points, by the way. Empt, oh, empty click. That empty click, thankfully for him, didn't cost his team the kill, as it was still a company man who was able to clean that one out. But these fights, there was no choice for them to happen. They had to happen with that shift.
Yeah, I mean, and they knew there were teams here. It's not like they're like, oh, maybe we have a chance. They knew that there were teams here. They knew that they had to just try to get into circle. Being trapped on those outside ridges, Elevate's company man will come in from behind, and he's going to flush out Penta. And Friendly Fire with just one member still left alive. Meanwhile, it looks like they're going to try to push forward, but the backstab, Michael strikes.
That's 3 times in this fight now. They've not been. There's been a player right behind another one, and honestly, it's just great. Was Michael on the backseat of the Murado or something? There's like company man.
He was prone.
It was prone
or something, yeah. And there was a
Yeah.
smoke there, I think, at that point. So I mean, still very hard to find someone in that chaos.
And Empt goes down to 2. It was a nice try by Michael, but Elevate will get the kill. Now you got Bonja de Gallo looking this way. Mutt are still in this fight with Luna Galaxy, but T-Plants will fall at the hands of Posa, leaving it down to Trisk. And I can't see, is that T-Plants is down, but Trisk is up. Oh, this is rough. Luna Galaxy are there, 55 are there. I feel like Mutt, their time is up.
And I like this from Luna. I mean, we saw them kind of in those, that little shanty town, that shack compound, taking their time. Oh, Mug isn't quite able to get the flush, though. But yeah, Luna took their time, and they stalked the team, and they struck at the perfect time. So even though they only had 1 kill at that point, they were playing that correct.
Right. You know what this is? Oh my god, Lowly's got the high ground now. Sertito, come on, a few taps on the Emps, transferred over to IQ, and Lowly from up on high is able to get Sertito's 5th kill of the game. But I just want to say it. Yes, you could talk about Bonja de Gallo having a great spot. My favorite spot in this whole circle right now, will we see it later, is Legacies. I'll tell you why in a few seconds. We're going to stay on with this fight, though.
Luna Galaxy have lost one that they've been able to at least recover, and they've been dealing with multiple teams here between Mutt, 55, trying to hold their position and not give away too many players. They've only lost 1, so still 3 to work with, but Bonja de Gallo with an opportunity as well, as Rats now starting to strike from their spot underneath this hill. Sortitas did an incredible job. Lowly with a clean spray to get to there, trying to save them out. Balefrost has to be careful, down to 5 HP.
Oh, good stun grenade thrown using the rocks to go down towards Gats. We'll pretend that's what he was planning anyway, even if it wasn't, as it'll slow the push from Gats. It's a 2 versus 3 now at this stand. Make it as Sortito look to hold on to the high ground as long as physically possible. Great nade from Bale, though. Takes down Robert, and Varas with the nade will deal with Rats. 5 teams left alive, and Legacy now begin to extend out. Bonja de Gallo, Wuju 2. Wuju 2 right on cue will take out Luna. That's their 7th kill. And look at the... Oh my god, they just turn on It's as well. Cowboy will get that knock. This is the Wuju 2 I was waiting to see all weekend, and Pydeem will step up, spot sneak, great headshot. Nordskiff will get the kill though.
Yeah, and now with Wuju2 basically clearing out this side of the circle, they're going to be clean to get these 2 knocks up as well. So they're going to recover with a full 4. And as you were stating, Legacy was in a good position simply because they didn't have to move, on top of the fact that they could wait for the chaos above them to start to subside, let those knocks go out, and they had a clear and safe path up in order to start pressuring the teams above. So that was a very strong position for Legacy indeed.
I feel like Legacy need a big game. You know, they're still up there in the leaderboard, but they need so much more. Gizera will deal with Laucha pretty quickly. It's a 3 versus 3 now on the edge, and Gizera is upping the tempo, upping the aggression, because you know that the other fight happened on the other side. So you gotta win this fight before Wuju 2 become a factor. Lowly will turn around and get Gizera, who's now been flushed as they drop to a 2. There's one player for Certito left alive, which is Veras, who does he have the time to get the res? If he wants it, he has to go quick, but that nade will turn his attention the other way. Legacy know this is a race against time though, because the longer this takes, the more of a factor Wuju 2 is, and you want to get this kill as soon as possible.
But time is working in their favor as the blue is starting to slowly close here. In fact, it's going to completely close. What a circle this is. We'll talk about that in a second. Is Legacy now trying to get aggressive? Just get rid of the rest of Sortitas, and there they do it. So they're going to be able to now have the reward of fighting a full 4-man strong 9-kill Wuju 2 breathing down their necks as they're not even in the circle, Gibbs.
Yeah, this is perfect from Wuju 2. Lock them out, lock them down. For Legacy, you've got to scout, and what I always say in these situations when you're down numbers, divide and conquer. And that's what they're starting to do. RBN will get the first knock onto Nord, and that now makes the job a little bit easier. Monster has the high ground. Every tap of RBN's feet, though, is so loud on these stones that Monster will know exactly where they are. Sneak attack's going to go for the hero res, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really liked that play from RBN up until he started throwing util, because there was really no way for them to know that he was making this wrap. But now with that utility coming out, yeah, he's been found out. I wish he would have slowed that down and just maybe try to go for a surprise play. But you know what? He did what he could. Legacy still find themselves, regardless, in second place guaranteed. And as you said, they needed to start to come alive here. And this has been a solid game for them.
Yeah, Wuju 2 will get the res now as well, basically denying another point to Legacy. VHC, we know this player has a clutch in him. He has that clutch factor when he needs it, but like, you need the zone. You need something more than the rock in front of you and a blue behind you if you want to make this play. A smoke wall is being thrown to maybe get closer to center, but Wuju 2, yeah, the utility game's there. Stuns, VHC will make the move through, but Wuju 2 played a blinder.
Yeah, I mean, this point is all academic here as they close him out, and RBN is going to try to deny the point. He doesn't even get to, and Wuju 2, the team that we knew had the potential, will find themselves with a 21-point game here, propelling them, if I'm not mistaken, in first place after this 5th game, the first day of the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting for this whole time, and my favorite part of that whole game was when that zone shift shifted south. And even though it did, they realized that all the teams to the north were going to be collapsing their way, so they knew that nobody was going to look south. And they took the ridgeline. They made that push up, and Godspeed, like, that's the sort of decision that we saw some of these players making earlier the year in the previous PAS when they were under a different banner. But it goes to show, this team have the brains and the brawn.
Yeah, I mean, Wuju 2, very capable. Again, seeing them even in the last chance was a little bit of a surprise. I mean, they were the last cutoff, right? They were only, I think, 9 points behind qualifying, so they were very close. Steve, what do you think about Wuju 2?
Well, I think it's a good time to reiterate for those who are asking in chat that got here a little bit late. Seifu is subbed out today. You can go to social media and get more on the team's statement for why that is. He's safe, but he's not able to play this weekend, so we'll just leave it at that. That said, they do have the sub. We said maybe they'd be a little slow to start. They look good. They looked good in groups. It was one of those, like, to me, it was a bit of a heartbreaker. They didn't even qualify. in the group stages, and seeing them here having not lost a step, even though they are down a starter, is actually really impressive to me.
Yeah, I think that my favorite thing about what they've done is they've come in, they've brought in Nordskip, a different player to Seifu, a very good player, but they've had to rejig the roles on the team. And Monster seems to be the one, you know, I was wondering who would become the more aggressive player on the team. Monster's taken up that role. You see Nordskip has kind of taken on the role that Sneak used to play, which is going to take a little bit of time to adjust to, but it just seemed in that last map it clicked.
Yeah, and I think you're right. You brought it up during the game, the idea that Seifu was the tip of the spear, right? And that does take time to sort of manage and get back into. So I loved seeing 21 points. That alone is probably going to put them in a pretty good position to qualify Godspeed. I mean, again, we're just looking for the top 8 at the end of 12 games, and with 5 played already, any team that I think is north in those top 4 positions feel pretty good about themselves, and I think Wuju might be up there after this match.
Yeah, and it's about creating that cushion, right? Knowing that, okay, we have this cushion. We're not pressured to do these kind of ridiculous... Oh, man. I thought maybe that was going to push him in the first, but still only 3 points behind with a slow start. This was a great game, but yeah, it's about building the cushion, knowing that you don't have to make some kind of desperate play in the last couple games of the last chance qualifier. And again, because it's only top 8, they're also building confidence just to make sure that they make it to the grand finals, right? And so it's a very good game for Wuju 2. As we can see, I mean, even the cutoff, you're starting to see a separation. 9 points between 8th and 9th already between Rats and Mutt. So it's, I don't want to say it's too late. It's definitely not too late. I mean, even Donkey Destroyers at this point can still qualify. So we'll see.
Right. I like you bring up this point about building confidence because it is very tight. The race is still incredibly close. But for teams like Luna, for instance, and 55, I feel like Gibson... the way that they're playing here, if they continue it through 12 games, will make them stronger in the finals. Because I feel like Luna in particular, they needed some sort of boost or something to inspire them.
Yeah, 100%. They've been very lackluster last weekend. Again, they're not setting the world on fire with their performance this weekend, but they're playing a lot better. And the confidence will grow and grow. And I need people to understand what I mean by this, but the grand final lobby will be easier. Not less, like it'll be more skilled, but it will be a lot easier for teams like Luna Galaxy to understand rotations and how teams are going to play because they're more experienced teams. So easier is the word I'm going to use because it's easier to understand.
I'm going to time you out for 1 second because when we get back from this break, it's going to be Gibbs on why the finals are so much easier than the LCQ. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Welcome back. It is PUBG Americas Series 4 Last Chance Qualifier. My name's Toffees. I got Godspeed, I got Gibson, and I got Gabes. It's 5 games down, 1 game left to play. We're almost at the halfway point for the top 8 teams to make a statement they deserve to be in the grand finals. And the bottom 8 to not only lose horribly, have all of their dreams crushed, and really go to bed in a miserable state, but also know that they will probably not play any competitive matches till April. This is a very serious game that these teams are getting into, Godspeed. But it still feels like, am I wrong? It's pretty wide open for almost everybody.
I think everyone down at Donkey Destroyers with what they had like 10 points, I think, still can qualify. Again, it's top 8, and I think they're only down at this point by like 20, 25 points. So knowing Donkey Destroyers, they find the right aggression, catch some teams off guard.
Nice.
Get a little dub here or there. Yeah, they can still do it.
Last map is starting, so I got to come to you, Gibbs. Riddle me this. Give me Gibbs on why the LCQ can be so much more difficult than the grand final.
Chaos, plain and simple. Whenever you get into the whenever you get into the grand finals, you've got all the best teams in the region. You know their rotates, you know where they drop, you know how they're going to play and where they're going to be. When you're in LCQs and when you're in the group stages, all that goes out the window, which is why you see teams like Legacy, Luna, and even say Wuju 2 struggling in friendly fire, because even though you're more likely to get punished for mistakes in a grand final lobby, a lot of the who, the what, and the wheres go out the window. Like, a lot more is known.
Yeah. And I think that
agree.
is something that we've heard across the board from teams, which is this idea of, like, the chaos. So my question now, Godspeed, is why don't more scrim sets have chaos teams who drop in just to mess with people? Because sometimes it feels like our top teams are caught off guard by the ridiculousness that gets through things like LCQ.
I mean, scrims are a different beast altogether, man.
Yeah,
I mean, you do sometimes have teams subbing in, and you have a lot of teams doing some wild stuff as we look at this kind of Pozo Monte circle. But I mean, I've even said it in the past, like group stages and stuff like that seem to always be more difficult than a grand finals lobby, and it's specifically because of the reasons that, you know, Gibson was saying is the unpredictability, the chaos, right? And so and the other thing with scrims is, like, you need to have the right teams that are playing in whatever qualifier event, so it's kind of harder to just kind of add these random elements or these agents of chaos in there. But yeah, scrims can also be, I mean, you've heard the famous saying, it's game 6 scrims, you know, it's off the rails, people are done, they just want to get off and go eat or do whatever.
I feel that. Well, it's game 6 of the first day of LCQ, and I'm going to step back and turn it over to the princes of pontification. Godspeed, Gibson, take it away.
I think what he really meant by that was the 2 yappers. Get the 2 yappers back.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
But you didn't mention one thing about the scrims. The reason why you don't get it in scrims is because you get banned. Like, you start doing this stuff in scrims, like, you're not allowed to play with us anymore.
There was a time many moons ago where I ran scrims for it was like 3, 4, 5 months, and that was probably one of the worst periods ever. It's just because having to deal with players who are very much trolls. Yeah, those were times. We'll just call them times.
The best thing about it is you had players like Oldless who just have their style of play. Like, that's how Oldless plays. It doesn't matter if it's scrims or if it's in the lobby. And it used to drive players insane because, you know, you'd be dropped, you'd be looting up, and all of a sudden there's just this guy with a shotgun standing at the end of your compound. You're like, how did he get there within the first minute and a half of a round? He didn't even drop nearby, but he would just appear.
Or more importantly, why is he even there, right? Like, it's usually the question that people ask themselves. But yeah, I mean, scrims are just, like I said, they're a whole different can of worms. As we now open this can of worms, this circle is, again, I'd say for the final game, nothing really too crazy. This is actually very reminiscent of the circles we got quite often in, you know, PEL, NPL. This is a Western Monte circle. These were pretty much standard for the day.
I remember there was a while where the circle was just constant. You know, it'd be...
Yeah, it was just glued here.
Yeah, and the amount of teams that you would see moving where friendly fire are up that coast. If you want to see where friendly fire are on the map, !map, or go to the PUBG Esports website. Look, I always say the best way to watch PUBG is to have the game on your main screen, and then on your phone or your TV, just have the map open as well, if you really want to get a good idea of how the best teams in the world rotate around a map.
Yeah, you can learn, man, you can learn so much, especially from, as you said, like best teams, whether it's the last chance, whether it's the, the grand finals of a regional, more importantly, the grand finals of an international event. I mean, you really start to see how these teams rotate, the decisions they make, where they stop to scout, right? Like a lot of these teams have set plays on where they like to set up before they move forward. And if you're just trying to level up in pubs, man, that stuff helps. That stuff helps a lot. Whether you're a casual viewer, someone aspiring to play competitive, or someone who just likes a specific team or player. The map stream is awesome, man, and the fact that we have that as a tool for not only ourselves but also the viewers, I think, is awesome.
Yeah, and as I said, the more you watch, the more you get to know, the more it'll help you in your normal gameplay. Game 6 of the night, a really important game overall because it marks the halfway point of this weekend. So it's very important that if you've not had the day that you would want, that you finish off strong. Donkey Destroyers, a team on that list. They're near the center of the circle. And this is the one position I don't like seeing them, because sometimes when you've got a really good spot in the circle, you can't sit still, right? You've been there, you're a player. If you're in the one spot for too long and nothing's kind of happening, it can be really tempting to, get a little bit hyperactive, move around, try find something. But sometimes you just got to sit still.
My least favorite thing when playing was when we actually got like center circle or just like a very good spot, because it was the waiting that really I didn't enjoy, like the anxiety building. You're like, okay, we have a really good position. We don't have to do much here. Let's try to look for some kills. But then, other teams are starting to rotate around you. And then it's just the waiting game was, it sucked. It was my least favorite thing. Like, sure, you have a great position, but yeah, that I did not enjoy.
Especially when, we could go 15 minutes without getting in a fight, 20 minutes.
Yes, that was the worst.
So you'd much rather be that than going out and having to wait 25 minutes for your next game.
Also true. Also very true, yeah. Ideally,
go ahead.
You want just a position on the off center, something really good that you can work with, maybe cut off rotations, just something where you're not just sitting still. And oftentimes, I mean, like you were saying, when you get the best position in at least the first circle, but even going into circle 2, phase 3, phase 4, it's just, it's hell to just see all these kills and all these points going on around you, and there's just not much you can do about it.
Shinboy seeing if he can do something about Orion that are nearby. You have Red Rider up, but as you can see, Shin, he's moving slowly, and 55 spotted him out because he's... Right, this is brilliant, because Shin didn't panic at those shots. He stuck to the crawl. He wanted to hit the surprise attack on Orion. Now that they've been the first one to draw some blood, let's see if they can get the knock. Tags onto Hazel's heels, but he's not going to go down just yet. Red Rider's going to swallow a headshot from Shinboy, who just can't quite hit that killer blow. But patient was the key. But have they missed a trick by not getting the early knock?
They might have, but Orion's still at least holding a decent crossfire here to kind of slow down friendly fire. But you see the other two members here coming in, Penta and Michael, now on the backside of this concrete prio. And these are not very easy to push, especially up those stairs. Someone is sitting on the second level. You can see the hesitance here as Penta runs out of ammo. No, that was a free knock.
Oh, I heard the one tap from Shinboy onto RJ, though. Red Rider will trade back. Shinboy as a third party from Hyaguin will get the knock, and Penta with a perfect nade to confirm out the kill. So it's essentially a 3 versus 2 of active players. Red Rider, the front line here for Orion, as Hazel's not going to be able to get that res onto RJ just yet. You gotta buy a little bit more time, and here we go. Smoke thrown in the back, that buys them the time that they need. But Hazel's job right now is to just survive. Do not go down. Allow enough time for RJ to get back on his feet.
Yeah, that's, as you can see, the hesitance here from Michael and Penta. Again, pushing up those stairs. It is a funnel, essentially. If Hazel plays it right. Oh, but the timing actually moved just in time. And look at this. You want to talk about timing. 55 beautifully realized there was a window to go in. And sure enough, they took that compound right behind this fight happening between the two. It looks like Penta's going to find it. No, Hazel will get the trade. He gets 2. Huge spray, but he will go down to Psycho.
And this is the thing, though. He can face up towards the other two members of Friendly Fire who are holding back 55 as we speak. Now, Paige, He can go closer towards his teammates. You know, maybe we can see a res. I think these two, they have a dangerous line to cross to get into this building, but you've got to smoke. You throw that smoke right, you can get Michael back on his feet. Deal with Hazel too, so he can't scout for Red Rider, but this is important. And now Paige, he could have Red Rider dead to rights here, as Psycho's going to steal that kill away.
So, I mean, you have to imagine that Paige and Shinboy here want to attempt to get Michael up, but now there's even more problems just to their west. It's actually going to be Luna here starting to take shots. You see them try to smoke off somewhat of an angle. Ryder eats a headshot. Paige still can't find it. The opportunity to get Michael is still there. He's on the first bleed, and so Paige will find Ryder, and they will make the cross, and it looks like Michael will be recovered.
Yeah, 3 points. Elevate putting this knife into Rats as well, as you just seen a run over. All that happening a little bit further outside the zone. That leaves Despoon, the last rat standing. And while all that was going on, the circle shift. Bonjay to Gaio, they have called in that emergency pickup. The question is, do they take it? Because just because you call it in, it doesn't mean you have to take it.
True. Or they could also use it as a UAV. And as we see that code drop, by the way, 242HW7R7 8JSD. Get yourself some nice in-game PUBG swag items, G-Coin.
I'm glad you read that out, because as an Irishman, they would not have understood any of those. Like, I say 8. like what does an American even think the number 8 is? Like, it's supposed to be pronounced 8, but because I'm Irish, it's 8.
Still sounds like 8 to me, but yeah, maybe confusion. Who knows? You Irish are
the best.
Funny bunch.
No, the best. You were going to say the best.
I was going to say the best, but then I didn't want to give you too many flowers, so I had to kind of pull back a little bit. Speaking of pulling back, it's going to get possibly pulled back in the lobby after that headshot there landed by Gibble.
Gibble and Gump on the same team again. I just love it. I love it. There's Birkin dropping in. Opportunity for Gibble to get another knock on the board, but Mutt is going to be the saving grace, providing some covering fire from the other side. Outlaws, 13 points. Started the day hot, slowed down quite a bit since then. But as we were saying earlier, one good game puts them right back into the mix.
Yep. Again, with a top 8 and with the points kind of being as low as they are. Even if Outlaws still go out now with 13 points, even if, Donkey Destroyers can't find anything, 6 games tomorrow, you have to imagine a 20-point differential, even if it's 25-30, is more than manageable for these teams.
It's actually crazy how there was only, 12 points between top and 8th, and then there's 9 points between 8th and 9th. Like, the top 8 teams are performing really well. You've got a couple of teams that are maybe doing a little bit better, but there hasn't really been that standout dominant team on day one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've had very consistent teams. Obviously Friendly Fire, Working in Silence, Woodaju, Luna, 55. But yeah, there hasn't been a team that's just completely soaking up all those points and causing even more of a disparity as we head towards that, top 8 cutoff. And so it's actually been good. It's been good for the whole lobby as far as just making that cutoff line and giving them opportunities to kind of have really bad games.
I've just looked at the map while you were saying that. Donkey Destroyers are playing a 2-2 split. Since when did Donkey Destroyers sit and hold a 2-2 split? Where has this been all weekend? Like, don't get me wrong, I love how they play, but it looks like they finally kind of went, right, we've got a good position. Let's just play the game now instead of playing our game. And if this zone shifts the right way, they're the sort of team that can put double-digit kills on the board.
They are, but I would say the caveat is that this 2-2 split is not very conducive to one another covering each other. So now with that split, I would imagine that Tomas and Batty want to get out and want to at least consolidate as quickly as they can. Sure enough, yep, you see them in the vehicles because their other split between Pat and Cerberus are dead center of this circle there at that Colors compound.
Hindsight's 2020, and Elevate have just used their e-pickup to drop inside of Monty, which is now on the edge of the circle. I feel IQ will get a good kill on the drop, but only time will tell. Maybe they've made a mistake, but points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to something that you were talking about earlier, as we see Fauna here looking for a headshot. He'll find one, need a little bit of damage in return, but, you know, waiting to use that E-pickup while the circle is closing or as it closes, that way you have a better understanding of where you might want to go. But for now, Elevate is committed here to Monte, and Empt will go down.
Yeah, great shots from Gubin. Empt needs his teammates to get there. As you can see, Justice is probably the closest, but you've got to get there quick because working in silence, they might elect to get a bit more aggressive off the back of this one. Now, I don't mind an E-pickup into an urban environment, even if it doesn't end up a circle. My only issue is, oh god, Justice almost got picked up by Fana. But my issue is, when this shifts away from Monte, how do they get out of Monte? Like, the vehicles are taken. That's the big problem. Once you go up in the air, if you land somewhere like this, mobility for the late game goes out the window.
Yeah, and I mean, they realistically would have two options if it weren't for 55 kind of holding that crossroads, and that's either committing south across the road and trying to wrap down that way, or trying to wrap on the north side, maybe towards the last member of Rats, but then you have Friendly Fire kind of holding that road as well. So yeah, they're kind of stuck right now. They're just going to have to play this one out, maybe try to get as many points, hold as many teams as they can out of Monte, just to kind of salvage this game. But did they find a vehicle, actually? It looks like they did. They got a UAZ. Ooh. That's a nice break for them.
Yeah, and they're already getting it prepped as, you know, a bug-out vehicle if needs be. Michael will get the knock onto Mutt from quite a ways away, but working in silence, they can't push too far one way because of the fact Luna Galaxy are close by as well, so you can hear all the footsteps. Souls will get himself a deployable shield. Always good to have as this Ragers. Let's jump into this fight. They're fighting on the other side of Monte Nuevo, right by the middle of the crossroads. And little Lele's getting aggressive. Psycho's going to fall. Gubin will take down General Lee, but Gubin's trying to backfill onto Ragers now. Mince falls, shotgun sprays. Is that the Dragunov being used as a shotgun?
I think it was, and he caught him with a headshot as well up close. And now this is just down to a one-on-one. This situation, Gubin doing the best with a bad situation now. Little Lele! Oh, he walked in front. He held his fire and he was low, so he turned around. Gubin able to wipe out and kind of save, but now here comes Luna. The timing again on this team has been pretty on point all day, and they'll get rid of Gubin, and 55 is out.
Yeah, 55 are now out, which opens the door for teams that are just behind them to get further into that top 5. Elevate, they see that zone shift away from Monte Nuevo, and they're now going to make their move inside. You can see that there are shots coming from fire, but Elevate have pulled off. Oh, IQ, you lucky boy.
Yeah, that was 1 HP away from a disaster getting taken down. The Outlaws, meanwhile, with 4 members still up and a foothold into the circle there. Trying to see who is that. Gibble? Yeah, it's Gibble that actually has a foothold into the circle, so they can kind of stay on this side, try to put some pressure here, attempt to maybe get a knock onto the team of Mutt, as Mutt also lost one of their players earlier. So here's an opportunity now, though, for Empt and Elevate, and that's going to be, I was going to say, an easy knock. He ends up getting shot in the side, and even still, he'll find sneak attack.
What I love about that was as soon as he heard the DMR was out, he pushed, because he knew the player wasn't going to get switched to the AR and turn on him. It was really clever from Empt.
So great decision here from the Malaysian.
He was found by Company Man, right?
I believe so, yeah. Oh, look at that little spin.
Somehow he spins and the branch saves his life temporarily, but Barry will get the knock. Teeny tried to steal it, but potentially dangerous, not getting that one away from the Donkey Destroyers. Page now getting pushed by Working in Silence, who their split is being a little bit cut in two right now, as Souls will go for the rotate as well. Big Nade does a lot of damage onto Page, but he'll stay alive for just long enough. The rest of Friendly Fire arriving in this position. Donkey Destroyers getting pushed by Wuju too as well. And this is, you feel like this is a massive moment in this weekend for Donkey Destroyers.
Yeah, if they can just clean this up and get these points, still actually manage to stay split. That surprised me. I thought for sure they would consolidate, but They've actually decided to split here now, and at the least, this is a much better position for them to split because it actually gives the other duo an opportunity to cover or assist if necessary, go for trades. Tumas, though, has to get off that roof as he's taking fire all the way. PD.
That was a huge nade by Luna onto friendly fire as well, by the way, as these two teams just collapse on top of friendly fire on the northwest side of the circle. But Donkey Destroyers, they had an angel on their shoulder in the shape of Gizera from Legacy, who was able to put the pressure on to help them out in that compound. Friendly fire, they're going to get eliminated. Now Luna Galaxy and Working in Silence will take on the fight. Have you just noticed the fact Souls has planted a shield in the middle of the road, and he's using that in the blue as his cover?
I mean, if it works, right? We see the Outlaws kind of coming to life here in this game, Gibson, getting some much needed points, still 3 points, but more importantly, they have 4 members alive. Something they've been really struggling to do here is Luna Galaxy with 3 now turning around, still trying to get rid of Souls. Will finally fall to the spoon, but those shields causing a lot of trouble there for Luna.
A chariot of Broncos being rode into the fight by Potentially Dangerous as Pat Caps will fall. He took down Glock on his way out, but Slabby is hunting Cerberus as this 2-2 split might now get punished. Cerb can't do anything. Pat Caps takes down all around him with his own molly that was in his hands as Cerberus will fall, and Potentially Dangerous might just be about to ruin the last map of the day for the Donkey Destroyers. And the other player is still in a battle in the south with Nordskiff in phase 5 blue. Nordskiff tried to bait him. No, there's no tire. There's no tire on this either, Nordskiff. This is the perfect time as Thomas isn't there to take advantage.
He's got 1 tire out at least, so the other 3 still working, and Nordskiff looks like he might make it, but where is he going to go? I mean, he's going to get shredded by Potentially Dangerous. He'll go down. Tomas goes down. Donkey Destroyers are out. Legacy now. Oh my goodness, the vehicle almost knocking down VHC, but they get company, man, and Gizera will be the 1 member down. Can they recover him? Yes, yeah. It looks like they will.
Elevate eliminated, and that's a big push for Legacy across the road into the circle. They've got a little bit of space to work with. They've bought themselves some breathing room, but they need to get closer to the ridgeline to protect themselves from Luna. But LFP will fall at the hands of Haven, who you can see just about had the angle, but they should still get that res. They should be able to play as a 3 from this point, or maybe not. LFP. Wow, this is such... I didn't realize Kraken had such a good angle onto this.
Yeah, I mean, the Luna's spread has been great, but they still have to worry about the other 2 members to the north there of Working in Silence, Technosh, and I think that's Fauna. I think that's Fauna, and so you even have to Spoon there looking for an angle. But speaking of angles, man, Kraken will find RBN. He'll just take one straight to the mouth as they are stuck behind that Bronco.
Yeah, and VHC now being the front line. The defense player takes a lot of damage, but stepping up, VHC will take down Haven. LFP getting knocked on the other side by Bonje de Gallo, who've not really had the day they would want, but 2 kills, 4 players up, 19 points on the board, with 1 Legacy player standing. VHC will confirm out his point, but here come Potentially Dangerous. Theros on the drive-by says good night, and Legacy's day 1 is over. Currently sat in 7th place, but 2 teams not too far away behind them still alive and in the fight. But that circle shift again. Sir Tito in the middle. But the one thing I suppose you could say about this circle, Dustin, is there's plenty of cover. Like those 2 like sheds are in play with all the bales. Like it's not as open as it looks on the map.
Yeah, of all the open field endings that we've had, and even this just still ending in a field, this it could also be a lot worse, as you do have a nice little hill with some good ridges to play just off to the northwest. So this could have been much worse, but for our final game, it still gives a lot of these teams options as far as the center of the circle goes. As you see, Sortito currently sat right in the middle, but how long that will last remains to be seen, because even though they are in between cover, it is so susceptible to be nading, especially by a team like Bonje de Gallo, where it looks like might start to make their move up towards it.
That was quick.
There it is.
Was quick. Bonje de Gallo do it now. Nick with the P90's got the Spoon in his sights to Spoon the last rat standing. 28 damage dealt with the nade. But he's going to go prone as Kraken from Luna is able to find that knock, and The Spoons found like this little dip, this little valley that's outside the circle. But as it stands, there's one player for Outlaws, and it's essentially a 1v1 here on the north. Not working in silence, not too far away as well. Can the Spoon get anything out of this game? Another kill is a 2-pointer if he finds Curry.
Oh, but Curry, an opportunity to ruin the game of the duo here. He's gonna find what? Oh, clean shots from Curry. Never mind ruin. He's just gonna dispatch of working in silence. But still a great day for them. 48 points. Take that all week long as Despoon will find Curry. And so again, Rats trying to find some consistency here, and they've also had a nice day for themselves. It's potentially dangerous now. All I'm going to say is imagine if Donkey Destroyer is consolidated. Probably be where potentially dangerous is right now. So there, Oz, looking for one of the last two members here of Luna.
Yeah. A friendly fire there as we do lose one member of Bonjie de Gallo, but I'm assuming there was a reason behind that when I looked at the map. Hasten will go over to the body, pick up some loot off his fallen teammate. Luna wrapping now towards the last player for the Rats. The P90 is a difficult thing to deal with. The Spoon's got to be careful now. The Blues there. There's the two players from Luna. They spot him out. Posa with a P90 will take him down. It's a 3v3v2. Luna on the edge of the circle, working their way in. Potentially dangerous with 3 players up, going for their second win of the day. Bonjie de Gallo, they're just looking to rocket themselves up the leaderboard. The win here would certainly help.
Yeah, they're trying to stay safe, as you can see, but the issue for them is potentially dangerous and Luna Galaxy both are kind of looking their way, so kind of stopping them from, I was going to say, really doing much and getting active, but man, Hastem is just going to find Kraken with a nicely placed headshot and a follow-up afterwards, so that actually might signal, yeah, it looks like it's going to signal potentially dangerous as rotate to the other side and maybe just get rid of Luna first. And then from there, they can start to worry about Bonjie de Gallo, who's doing a great job of staying active and proactive here. They're not just sitting behind the barrels. They're moving, trying to take position. More importantly, they're actually taking control of a lot of this circle, Gibson.
Bonjie de Gallo, 13 nades between 3 players. 6.
So many.
13. Haston has no smokes. He's just carrying 6 nades. Like, he is a one-man red zone, and I feel like you kind of want more smokes in a circle like this for the late game for the position they have, but you know what? Haston's the furthest back player for the team too, and all his utility is just explosive.
I almost wish that he was able to give some away, but Kraken's going to find Theros. This actually might be the dinner bell ringing here for Bonjie de Gallo if they see more knocks being traded back and forth. It's currently a 2-on-2 between Luna and potentially dangerous as Darius will go down. So now there's only 4 players left on the opposite side of the map, and they're not really that safe in their current position, especially Luna. Luna's not even in.
Yeah, Luna are not inside the circle. The higher you get in this battle as well, the more a line of sight opens up for Bonjie de Gallo to put the pressure on. So potentially dangerous really need to turn up the aggression in this fight with Luna Galaxy. Slabby takes some damage, falls back. You can see that this is the problem. These teams have to be careful with this fight because you move too far one way and you bring Bonjie de Gallo and do it.
Yep, that's the issue. And you can see Pydam is actually trying to get on the base of this hill and get these points because, sure, they may have the win locked up, but you can tell they also want to get as many kill points as possible, just put them in a better position moving into tomorrow. So that nade will be perfect. As now TNY will be the last member alive, and the rest of Bonjie is starting to move up. You see it's as well on the backside of this, and Luna will survive. 8 kills, though. Still a great game for them.
Yeah, and this is only the tip of the iceberg for the explosive utility that Bonjie de Gallo have. So Posa with the P90 will wrap around. It takes a ton of damage from Kraken. One knock here onto Bonjie de Gallo could swing this fight around. P90 from Posa, but he's just a little bit too caught out in the open. It's Kraken on 3. Pydeem playing the closest towards him, but all the explosives from Itz have been used. He doesn't have a helmet. His vest has taken an absolute beating so far, and Kraken will catch out Haston. This is very winnable, but he drops down to 21. You gotta sprint. Don't let him get the first aid off, and they're not going to. Kraken out in the open. Bonjie de Gallo come alive in the last map of the day. They moved to 33 points. It's not enough to break into the top 8 yet, but it certainly gives them a huge chance going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. And you know what else was impressive about that is they were a 3-man that whole game. So, you know what? Great stuff from them. Also being proactive as a 3-man in the end. As we see this kind of crazy fight between Orion and Friendly Fire that was third-partied. But yeah, all props go to Bonja de Gallo. They played that about as well as they could given the situation. So, Steve, Bonja de Gallo.
You know, the last chicken dinner of the game going to a chicken team makes sense to me. And I think Gibson put it right. It opens the door for tomorrow, maybe. But that's about all that I have on them. And that's, I don't know what else.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, that's LCQ. You see these wonderful moments. I'm like, that's neat for you. And I'm very happy for you. And maybe it'll happen tomorrow too, you know?
Yeah. Remains to be
Like,
seen.
I'm not trying to be a dick. It is what it is. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, they've had a middling day otherwise, right? So
yeah, but that's it, and but that to me, it's a good thing, and it's a wash, right? It's hard because we watch so much insane PUBG. Is probably the best way to put it. That Gibson said some of these teams just making groups was like a dream come true, and I think we sometimes forget that when we come to LCQs. Is this idea that, like, for some of these teams, this is awesome, right? And I don't know if that's what we're gonna get if you ask Bonde. But from my experience, other than Hazeton, there's not tons and tons and tons of international experience on that team. So I think they'll be pretty happy with coming out of the chicken dinner and putting together some good plays. And what happens after that, they'll be excited for. All right, back to the end of this match, though. Comes down to the final. We see some teams that were consistently playing well. Luna, or Rats, to kind of like having this big glow up here today. Luna in particular coming out there and getting into the final 2, I think was a big takeaway from you guys. That's going to be some good points.
Yeah, Luna was really consistent all day. Managed to get 14 points. I'm pretty sure they shot up to first place. Great buffer, great confidence going into tomorrow. I mean, they would have to have a travesty of a day tomorrow to not qualify. So I think, I think they're doing well, and I think they're safe as long as they don't, again, just completely drop the ball.
All right, 17 minutes for Bonde. 14 for Luna, potentially dangerous at 10. They've looked very, very good, Gibson, as they continue to grind their way up. And the Outlaws, heads up, everyone. 8 points, looking good.
Yeah, it's a few points on the board for them. They're a long ways out, though. They've still got quite a day.
Is their logo a bandana and a cowboy hat, or is it like
Yes.
one of those those doctors from the old days with the like little nose masks, if you know what I'm talking about?
He's a
Plague doctor? No, it's not a plague doctor.
It could be like a Western plague doctor. Just think about it. All right, fighting for survival. Let's talk. We're not. Fighting for survival. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Walk us through it, Gibbs, at the end of the day.
Yeah, so Luna Galaxy sitting on 54 points, but as you can see, the point distribution across the top 8 isn't massive. 54 down to 41. What does that mean? Well, it means that A, the cutoff point might be higher, but B, it means that nobody's going into tomorrow 100% safe. Like, this is going to change so much. And like, what, do we have 6 different map winners? Like,
yeah,
I don't think we had a single team double down.
No repeats. And honestly, you're not wrong. All the teams, man, almost all the way up to 2 and 3, down to Legacy, looking like some guys on Tinder, trying to look a little bigger than they are. But none of them really have put together enough to open the gap. Sure, Orion, Donkey Destroyers, they'd have to have quite the day starting out. But honestly, 8's the cutoff, Godspeed. 20 points is very reasonable for all of these teams.
Yep, I don't think it's out of reach. Even for Donkey Destroyers. I think if they are able to kind of bring it together, there's always still that chance, because as Gibbs was saying, that the cutoff and the spread really isn't that egregious yet for some of these teams that are struggling on the bottom.
I'm going to keep sliding back so my head doesn't look ridiculously large compared to you guys. That said, we're talking about big heads. Let's talk about big brains. And we got our guest ready to go. Let's go ahead and get Zito in here from Working in Silence. Currently in second place. They've agreed to come chat with us just a little bit today. Welcome, Zito. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing
okay.
I'd say all right.
I like that.
All right.
Well, let's start with an easy question.
Yeah.
Last time that you guys played, you got 20 points on the day. You've more than doubled that here. You're set up in second place. What changed between the last day of groups to what you're doing here, if anything, as you went into this matches?
Well, mainly we got, we improved a lot. We played a lot of scrims, and we had a lot to improve. It's our first tournament, so of course, we're probably not gonna get that far, but we're still trying. But yeah, mainly we talked about the main mistakes that we were doing. So fix rotations, rotation together, like looting quicker, like stuff like that. So fixing small stuff helps a lot, and I think we're a lot better right now in LCQ than we were in group stage.
Godspeed.
Yeah, so I was talking about you guys even just after the first day of group stages. I've actually been very impressed with you guys, and I kind of find it interesting that you guys said you need to fix your rotations, because although you guys did struggle with rotations, in the last couple of days, you guys actually have really great macro and decision making, especially coming into the LCQ. So what fixes exactly did you guys feel that you needed to make? And obviously, improving your macro, like how much confidence is that built for you guys?
Well, our main issue was that, our IGL is Solzing, and he was basically doing everything alone. We weren't helping him at all. And the main thing that we did is everyone gives like any idea that we have, we just throw into the table, give it. So we see what's best and we try it. We weren't doing this, so that helped us a lot, trying different stuff and just going for it, because we were very indecisive with stuff. So yeah, that helped a lot. And just helping everyone being connected during the games. We were very unconnected. We were just fucking my bad, sorry, excuse me for the language. It's just really we were lost, basically. Sorry for the language again. It's just that this topic, I was talking about this for a long time during this weekend. So we were lost. And we basically just worked our team plays and stuff. Rotations. We were not rotating together. That helped us a lot.
Nice.
You guys look great. So keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
So first off, congrats on a great day. You in particular are insane. Like, you lit up the kill feed all the way through this tournament so far, even on your last day of groups. Even though the team didn't put on great numbers, you were still lighting up the kill feed. So I suppose, as this is your first tournament together as a team, how does it feel going into a lobby where a lot of the teams are more experienced, a lot of the teams already have rights to drop spots, so you're kind of coming in low on the pecking order? How do you come in and kind of make the lobby respect you?
Well, I mean, this might be our first tournament. We played a lot of community tournaments. We played some EU tournaments. So we played against like good teams. We played against Sonics like a lot of times. So we know how to play against good teams. So we're not scared. We're not scared, like we're not a single bit scared. So we play like we always do. We're not scared. We do what we know. We're good at fighting, or like everyone is a god aimer. So we just fight and try and do our best. But we are feeling really good. I think that this lobby sure is really hard. It's our first tournament, official tournament together, especially with Technosh. He just united with us recently. He's really new to the roster. So it's hard to fix the small things with someone that is so new and so recent to the team. But we're working on it. I mean, it's part of being a team. We need to work together and not just give up on the other one. We have to help each other. So this lobby might be hard, but we're doing our best. I think it's not nothing that we're not. I mean, we're capable of it. I think it's we're more than capable.
Nice. So let me finish with this because we'll let you get back to your team. I'm sure you guys have talking to do before tomorrow. But let me ask you this. A lot of the people who are watching probably don't know your team and the players particularly well. Teknosh, Solds, Fauna. And what I'd like you to do is tell us one thing that you love or you think that each of your teammates do really well. Just give us something nice about each of your teammates that you feel like the public should know.
I think the only word that I can use to describe my team and my teammates is understandable. They just understand you. Like you don't have to, fight over stuff. They will understand whatever you say. They're not gonna fight. They're not gonna be angry at you. We're friends after all. We're not just teammates. So that's what makes us so good and really consistent, I guess, because we're not just teammates. We're friends. We talk to, outside of the game. We have fun. We play pubs, which that's something that not many teams do, apparently, but we do, and I think that's one of the main reasons why we're so consistent and why this is our first tournament and we're doing better than a lot of teams. So I guess that's what helps the most.
Any last words, any shout outs, any call outs, anything you want to thank before we let you go?
Well, I just want to thank everyone that is cheering for us. I mean, Teknosh has a lot of viewers and a lot of fans, so it just helps us so much. It motivates me a lot and everyone in the team. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that is cheering for us. And I love you guys, really.
Thank you very much, Enzito. We'll let you get back to your team. We appreciate you taking some time out of your night to talk to us. Guys, that is Enzito from Working in Silence. And I love that he said what he said about how the team gets along and they talk and they kind of can hang out, right? Because I think anybody who plays games, all of our favorite place to be is in that Discord with that squad where you don't even have to talk. You can just kind of essentially work in silence and you enjoy each other's presence. So I hope that's what you guys have found. Have a wonderful evening. All right. You're welcome to hang out with us if you want to. So you can just hang out right there as we get to the end of day housekeeping. All right, we're going to send him off. He's got planning to do. Okay. Let's talk about that. So I love that was that sort of mentality. And I think that speaks to sort of what you were alluding to, Gibson, a little bit of this idea that not every team's here because they have to win this stupid, they don't have to win the title. They're not going to be the best pro in the world today. They're excited to be here with a good team, having fun and getting better, right?
Yeah, you know what? I listened to that, and he said, we're a new team. We're just happy to be here.
Right.
But did you see how calm and collect? He genuinely believes, we know how to play against the good teams. We are confident. So yes, he said they're happy to be there. But if you read between the lines and listen, this is a guy who genuinely believes what he's saying. He wasn't just saying big things, because he's on camera. He believes what he's saying, and my respect for this team and my valuation of how far they can go has gone up just a notch based on how calm he was during that.
Nice. Godspeed, any thoughts on the interview?
First of all, I loved everything that he said.
I know, right?
The mentality of the team and everything. Also, I'm going to point out that I've been talking about that team since day one in groups, just throwing that out there. But
yeah, me too.
No, I think I think that their mentality is great. The fact that they went back, they were upset that they didn't do well. Instead of just settling and, like Gibson was saying, just being happy to be here, they were able to be like, you know what, we can do better. We can compete with these teams. We know how to play, not necessarily they know how to beat or play super well against the Sonics, but they have that experience against them. They play a lot of, smaller tournaments, whether it be here, EU, whatever. And I think that is ultimately what led to just incredible adjustments. And then again, continuing to grow their macro. But the most important thing he said that I really love and the best takeaway was the fact that he said Souls was doing everything by himself. And no IGL should ever have to make every single decision by themselves. They should always have input from the other players. Any successful IGL right now, whether it be Batulins, Huyn, Rello will tell you the same thing. That input is vital from the other members of your team because you don't always see what they do. You don't always get the best gauge on the situation. So with that being said, I genuinely hope for continued success for that team, whether they qualify after the grand finals or not.
We'll see if they continue to evolve as they continue to move forward. Great interview with them. And I do want to give a special shout out to them for doing it because A lot of times we don't get to talk to our LATAM teams here on the English language interviews because some of them aren't willing to sort of take that risk and put themselves out there when it's not their first language. He did, and I think you did an amazing job. So thank you for taking that step, putting yourself out there. We and the fans very much appreciate it. All right, that's it for day one of LCQ. Before I go, though, I love final thoughts. So I'm going to start with Godspeed. I'm going to end with Gibson. G-Men, what's your final thought?
I feel like I gave you a good final thought. It's all
Yeah, but I
working in
wanted-
silence.
Okay, that's your final thought? Working in silence.
That's it. I'm rebelling in silence. You get no final thoughts from me.
I like that. Okay, I see your pivot. Gibson, I know you got thoughts.
I feel like my thought is I feel like Godspeed chickened out with that one. He should have had more
Yeah,
final thoughts. My final thoughts are this lobby is as balanced as I thought it was going to be. Biggest surprise is the fact we don't have one team running away, which means that we could potentially have the most exciting and surprising final day of LCQs that we have had in a long time. So if you're not watching, I'm going to be very upset with you, and I will call you out in chat.
Be here tomorrow. We've got great games. We've got great interviews. We can even simulate in interviews what it's like to work in an office with a fax machine circa 2004. We've got more good stuff tomorrow. Come back and see us again on behalf of myself, Godspeed Gibson, the entire production team in Crafton. Thank you for spending your evening with us. And until tomorrow, play more PUBG.
Every time I close my eyes.